got loyalty, got royalty inside my DNA. I got killer beats, got war and peace inside my DNA. I got poison, pain, and joy inside my DNA.
Hello and welcome back to my channel, FIC Fantasy. Today, we're kicking off the final part of our series, What If Madara Was Tanjiro? The author of this story is Scoregirl from AO3. Now, let's dive into the fanfic. In the dimly lit chamber, Muzen's eyes glowed with a dangerous intensity as he stood from his throne. His cold, commanding voice echoed through the stillness. Summon Upper Moon 1. The sharp pluck of the biwa resounded through the air, and in an instant, Kokoshibo appeared before Muzen. His towering form cast a long shadow over the room, and the 6 haunting eyes that adorned his face glimmered with a stoic, yet ominous power. Kokoshibo knelt before Muzen, his deep voice unwavering as he spoke. "Mstr Muzen," Kokoshibo greeted, his head bowed in deference. Muzen's eyes narrowed as he regarded his most powerful upper moon. "Kokoshibo, there is a matter I wish to discuss, a threat that has surfaced from a bloodline thought long extinct." Muzen's voice dripped with disdain as he mentioned the family in question. The Uchiha. At the mention of the name, Kokoshibo's expression darkened, a subtle flicker of recognition and resentment crossing his face. "The Uchiha," he repeated, his voice low, as if the name itself stirred memories of deep, old wounds. Muzen observed the slight shift in Kokoshibo's demeanor, intrigued. "You know of them?" Kokoshibo slowly lifted his head, his 6 eyes locking onto Muzen's. There was a cold, burning hatred in his gaze that Muzen had never quite seen in the normally composed demon. "Yes. I know the Uchiha clan well," Kokoshibo said, his voice rough with barely contained animosity. "They are a treacherous bloodline. I encountered them when I was still human." Flashback. He remembered the Uchiha elder, his Sharingan spinning lazily as he dismissed Michikatsu's existence as insignificant. "You are but a tool, young child, your father cannot protect you here. The Uchiha are eternal, we will use whatever means necessary to secure our future, even if it means sacrificing those who serve no further purpose. You, my dear child, are far more important than you know, with your bloodline in our hands we will become unstoppable." The boy trembled at the sight of the elder. "Don't worry, we'll take good care of you, we don't want our prized possession being damaged and all." They dragged him away from his father, his family, and put him into a medical facility. They used him for science experiments, and when that wasn't happening, they were forcing him to marry their kids. He was driven to madness by their torture, and it was that moment that had ultimately driven Michikatsu toward the path of darkness, where Muzen had found him. Kokoshibo's fists clenched as the memory ended. The hatred for the Uchiha had never left him. Even now, as a demon, that betrayal festered in the deepest recesses of his mind. "They used me," Kokoshibo muttered, his voice tight with bitterness. "The Uchiha are treacherous by nature. They care only for themselves, using others as pawns in their endless pursuit of power. It is because of them that I—" He trailed off, his voice thick with the weight of his past. Muzen's interest deepened. He had known there was bad blood between Kokoshibo and the Uchiha, but this level of hatred was far more personal than he had expected. "You were right to hate them," Muzen said smoothly, his voice like a serpent's hiss. "But their bloodline is not as extinct as we once thought. Tanjiro Kamado, a man tied to the Uchiha bloodline, possesses the Sharingan. And what's more, his family carries the legacy of sun breathing, the very technique that your brother Yorichim stred." Kokoshibo's eyes widened slightly at the mention of sun breathing. The bitterness within him intensified, his mind flashing to his brother's overwhelming strength, a strength that had always been beyond his reach. His greatest shame. The Kamado family. Kokoshibo said slowly, his voice dripping with venom. "They carry both the Uchiha's cursed blood and the legacy of sun breathing? They are a dangerous convergence of 2 ancient powers." Muzen's voice grew cold. "Exactly. The Kamado family is a threat to my reign. If Tanjiro's Sharingan can weaken my control over Akaza, then there's no telling what else he is capable of. Their bloodline, their connection to sun breathing, it must be severed. Kokashibo stood to his full height, his towering form casting a shadow over Muzen's chamber. The 6 eyes on his face burned with intensity, each one reflecting his deep hatred for the Uchiha, for the Kamados, and for anything connected to the sun-breathing technique that had haunted him for centuries. I will destroy them, Kokashibo declared, his voice resolute. The Uchiha bloodline, the Kamado family, their sun-breathing, all of it will be erased. I will ensure that none of them remain to threaten your reign, Lord Muzen. Muzen's lips curved into a dark, satisfied smile. Good. I am trusting you with this task, Kokashibo. The Kamados will be eradicated, and with them, any hope of rebellion against me. As the conversation ended, the tension in the room thickened. Kokashibo's hatred for the Uchiha and Muzen's growing fear of the Kamado family had aligned them with a singular purpose, the complete destruction of the Kamados and their cursed legacy. With Kokashibo dispatched, Muzen's mind began to settle, his plans set in motion. The Uchiha had once betrayed Kokashibo, but now it would be Muzen's turn to use their bloodline for his own gain, only to obliterate them when the time was right. The sun had set on the Kamado family, and Muzen would make sure it would never rise again. As Kokashibo walked away from Muzen's chamber, the air around him felt electric with the surge of long-buried emotions. His towering form moved through the shadowed halls with purpose, but his mind was in chaos, consumed by a single, overwhelming thought, the Uchiha. A twisted smile crept across his face, his lips curling with a manic glee that he hadn't felt in centuries. His 6 eyes gleamed with wild, feverish anticipation as he imagined it. Finally, after all this time, he would have his revenge. The Uchiha, the clan that had humiliated and used him, would be wiped from existence. Their bloodline, their accursed Sharingan, would be nothing more than dust beneath his feet. The sun-breathing, the legacy of his brother Yoriichi, no longer held the same weight in his mind. In the past, Kokashibo had been consumed by envy for Yoriichi's mastery of the technique, by his endless comparisons to his brother's perfect strength. But now? Now, the only thing he could think about was the Uchiha, their arrogant eyes, their manipulative ways, and the centuries of hatred he had carried in his heart. The Uchiha. Kokashibo whispered to himself, his voice trembling with dark excitement. Finally, I will erase every trace of them. His mind spiraled deeper into madness. The images of those red, spinning Sharingan haunted him, but this time, they were not something to fear. No, they were something to crush. He could still see them, those crimson eyes that had once looked down upon him with cold disdain, using him as a mere pawn in their selfish games. The memory of the Uchiha elder sneering at him, calling him a tool, played over and over in his mind. You are insignificant, the elder had said, nothing more than a sword for the Uchiha's ambitions. But now, Kokashibo would be the one standing over them, their blood pooling at his feet. His sword would be the instrument of their destruction, not their rise to power. A crazed laugh bubbled up from his throat, the sound echoing eerily in the dark halls as he walked. His thoughts spiraled further, the joy of impending vengeance consuming him. He didn't care anymore about serving Muzen's goals, about the power struggle within the demon ranks, or even about sun breathing itself. None of it mattered compared to the chance to destroy the Uchiha bloodline. It will be glorious, Kokashibo muttered, his smile widening into a grotesque, twisted grin. Their eyes will fade, their pride will crumble, and they will know the suffering they inflicted upon me. His grip tightened on the hilt of his sword, the blade humming with bloodlust as if it, too, thirsted for the Uchiha's demise. The thought of cutting them down, of watching the light drain from their cursed Sharingan, filled him with a dark, euphoric pleasure. He could almost hear their cries, see the fear in their once arrogant eyes as they realized their fate. Kokashibo's heart pounded faster, his breaths coming in shallow gasps as his anticipation grew. His body trembled with excitement, his mind completely consumed by the idea of wiping the Uchiha from existence. His hatred for them had festered for so long that it had become part of him, a driving force that had shaped his very being. And now, at last, he would have his moment of reckoning. His voice, barely more than a crazed whisper, echoed softly through the darkness. "I will kill them all." Kokashibo continued his march, his mind fixated on the bloodline he so despised. He didn't care how many Kamados he would need to slaughter, how many demons or humans he had to go through. All that mattered was that the Uchiha would fall by his hand. The Uchiha bloodline would finally be erased from the world, and Kokashibo would be the one to deliver their long-overdue judgment. The moon hung high over the darkened forest, casting its silver light over the earth below. Deep within a secluded mansion, hidden far from prying eyes, Muzan Kibutsuji sat in his private chambers. His pale hands rested on the arms of his throne, his unervingly calm expression masking the storm of thoughts swirling in his mind. It had been years since Akaza began visiting the Kamado family. At first, Muzan had seen it as a trivial matter, a mere distraction for one of his most powerful upper moons. But recently, something has shifted. Akaza had grown different. Less ruthless. More detached from Muzan's control. A scowl formed on Muzan's lips as his crimson eyes narrowed. The Kamados. That family was the root of it all. They had somehow created a bond with Akaza, a bond that weakened Muzan's influence over him. Akaza's visits had been growing more frequent, and each time, Muzan felt his grip over the demon slipping. This wasn't something he could afford to ignore any longer. His fingers tightened on the armrest. It was dangerous, unacceptable, even, that Akaza might one day break free from his control. The Kamados were becoming more than just an annoyance. They were a threat to Muzan's hierarchy. And then there was Tanjiro Kamado. Muzan's thoughts darkened further as memories of that man resurfaced. Tanjiro, with his calm demeanor, was not just an ordinary swordsman. There was something more lurking beneath his gentle exterior. A power that reminded Muzan of something ancient, something that should have stayed buried. The Uchiha. Flashback. Years ago, when Muzan had first sent Akaza to observe Tanjiro Kamado, there had been nothing immediately alarming. Akaza had followed Tanjiro on several missions, assessing the man's combat abilities. At first, Muzan had believed that Tanjiro was simply a skilled warrior, perhaps a former demon slayer with some potential. But there was an instance, a fleeting moment during one of those missions, that had changed everything. Akaza and Tanjiro were deep in enemy territory, surrounded by demons. The air was thick with the scent of BLD, and Akaza had expected Tanjiro to falter, to show fear. But he hadn't. Instead, Tanjiro had calmly unsheathed his sword, his movements fluid and precise. And then, Akaza saw it. For a brief moment, Tanjiro's eyes had changed. They shifted into something Akaza had never seen before, deep red, swirling with 3 tomo, glowing with an almost unnatural intensity. It was a power unlike anything Akaza had encountered. The Sharingan. Tanjiro had moved with deadly precision, slicing through the demons as if he could see every one of their moves before they made them. Akaza had watched, stunned, as Tanjiro's sword danced through the air, his Sharingan eyes allowing him to predict and counter every attack with terrifying ease. When it was over, the battlefield was littered with the bodies of fallen demons, and Tanjiro stood amidst them, calm and unshaken. He had turned to Akaza, his eyes back to their usual, gentle state, as if nothing had happened. "Are you all right, Akaza?" Tanjiro had asked, his voice soft, as though he hadn't just demonstrated an extraordinary power. Akaza, for once, had been at a loss for words. He had nodded, but his mind had been racing. He knew he needed to report this to Muzan, but something held him back. Perhaps it was Tanjiro's kindness, or the inexplicable bond that had begun to form between them. But Akaza hadn't said a word about the Sharingan to Muzan, not then, at least. Present. Now, sitting in his chamber, Muzan's fingers drummed against the armrest as he recalled that mission. The realization was clear: Tanjiro Kamado was more than just a skilled swordsman. He carried the bloodline of the Uchiha, a clan Muzan had thought eradicated long ago. Fear, a rare emotion for Muzan, began to creep into his mind. The Uchiha had been a threat in the Sengoku PRD, their power rivaling even that of the demons. Their Sharingan had allowed them to control and predict battles with unnatural precision. If Tanjiro was truly descended from that clan, it meant the Kamado family had the potential to become his greatest threat. And worse still, that bond between Tanjiro and Akaza, could the Sharingan be influencing Akaza? Could it be what was weakening Muzan's control? Muzan's crimson eyes darkened, his fingers clenching into a fist. This was unacceptable. The Kamados needed to be eradicated before their influence grew any stronger. He could not risk losing Akaza, one of his most powerful upper moons, to the influence of the Uchiha. Muzan stood from his throne, the cold fire of determination burning in his chest. He would not allow a mere human family to undermine his empire. He would destroy the Kamados, wipe them out completely, and ensure that the Uchiha bloodline was obliterated once and for all. His voice echoed through the chamber, cold and commanding. Summon the Upper Moon One. The biwa played. In the dimly lit chamber, Muzan's eyes glowed with a dangerous intensity as he stood from his throne. His cold, commanding voice echoed through the stillness. Summon Upper Moon One. The sharp pluck of the biwa resounded through the air, and in an instant, Kokashibo appeared before Muzan. His towering form cast a long shadow over the room, and the 6 haunting eyes that adorned his face glimmered with a stoic, yet ominous power. Kokashibo knelt before Muzan, his deep voice unwavering as he spoke. Mstr Muzan, Kokashibo greeted, his head bowed in deference. Muzan's eyes narrowed as he regarded his most powerful upper moon. Kokashibo, there is a matter I wish to discuss, a threat that has surfaced from a bloodline thought long extinct. Muzan's voice dripped with disdain as he mentioned the family in question. The Uchiha. At the mention of the name, Kokashibo's expression darkened, a subtle flicker of recognition and resentment crossing his face. The Uchiha, he repeated, his voice low, as if the name itself stirred memories of deep, old wounds. Muzan observed the slight shift in Kokashibo's demeanor, intrigued. You know of them? Kokashibo slowly lifted his head, his 6 eyes locking onto Muzan's. There was a cold, burning hatred in his gaze that Muzan had never quite seen in the normally composed demon. Yes. I know the Uchiha clan well, Kokashibo said, his voice rough with barely contained animosity. They are a treacherous bloodline. I encountered them when I was still human. Flashback. He remembered the Uchiha elder, his Sharingan spinning lazily as he dismissed Michikatsu's existence as insignificant. You are but a tool, young child, your father cannot protect you here. The Uchiha are eternal, we will use whatever means necessary to secure our future, even if it means sacrificing those who serve no further purpose. You, my dear child, are far more important than you know, with your bloodline in our hands we will become unstoppable. The boy trembled at the sight of the elder. Don't worry, we'll take good care of you, we don't want our prized possession being damaged and all. They dragged him away from his father, his family, and put him into a medical facility. They used him for science experiments, and when that wasn't happening, they were forcing him to marry their kids. He was driven to madness by their torture, and it was that moment that had ultimately driven Michikatsu toward the path of darkness, where Muzan had found him. Kokashibo's fists clenched as the memory ended. The hatred for the Uchiha had never left him. Even now, as a demon, that betrayal festered in the deepest recesses of his mind. They used me, Kokashibo muttered, his voice tight with bitterness. The Uchiha are treacherous by nature. They care only for themselves, using others as pawns in their endless pursuit of power. It is because of them that I... He trailed off, his voice thick with the weight of his past. Musen's interest deepened. He had known there was bad blood between Kokushibo and the Uchiha, but this level of hatred was far more personal than he had expected. You were right to hate them, Musen said smoothly, his voice like a serpent's hiss. But their bloodline is not as extinct as we once thought. Tanjiro Kamado, a man tied to the Uchiha bloodline, possesses the Sharingan. And what's more, his family carries the legacy of sun breathing, the very technique that your brother Yorichi mastered. Kokushibo's eyes widened slightly at the mention of sun breathing. The bitterness within him intensified, his mind flashing to his brother's overwhelming strength, a strength that had always been beyond his reach. His greatest shame. The Kamado family. Kokushibo said slowly, his voice dripping with venom. They carry both the Uchiha's cursed blood and the legacy of sun breathing. They are a dangerous convergence of two ancient powers. Musen's voice grew cold. Exactly. The Kamado family is a threat to my reign. If Tanjiro's Sharingan can weaken my control over Akaza, then there's no telling what else he is capable of. Their bloodline, their connection to sun breathing, it must be severed. Kokushibo stood to his full height, his towering form casting a shadow over Musen's chamber. The 6 eyes on his face burned with intensity, each one reflecting his deep hatred for the Uchiha, for the Kamados, and for anything connected to the sun-breathing technique that had haunted him for centuries. I will destroy them, Kokushibo declared, his voice resolute. The Uchiha bloodline, the Kamado family, their sun-breathing, all of it will be erased. I will ensure that none of them remain to threaten your reign, Lord Musen. Musen's lips curved into a dark, satisfied smile. Good. I am trusting you with this task, Kokushibo. The Kamados will be eradicated, and with them, any hope of rebellion against me. As the conversation ended, the tension in the room thickened. Kokushibo's hatred for the Uchiha and Musen's growing fear of the Kamado family had aligned them with a singular purpose, the complete destruction of the Kamados and their cursed legacy. With Kokushibo dispatched, Musen's mind began to settle, his plans set in motion. The Uchiha had once betrayed Kokushibo, but now it would be Musen's turn to use their bloodline for his own gain, only to obliterate them when the time was right. The sun had set on the Kamado family, and Musen would make sure it would never rise again. As Kokushibo walked away from Musen's chamber, the air around him felt electric with the surge of long-buried emotions. His towering form moved through the shadowed halls with purpose, but his mind was in chaos, consumed by a single, overwhelming thought, the Uchiha. A twisted smile crept across his face, his lips curling with a manic glee that he hadn't felt in centuries. His 6 eyes gleamed with wild, feverish anticipation as he imagined it. Finally, after all this time, he would have his revenge. The Uchiha, the clan that had humiliated and used him, would be wiped from existence. Their bloodline, their accursed Sharingan, would be nothing more than dust beneath his feet. The sun breathing, the legacy of his brother Yorichi, no longer held the same weight in his mind. In the past, Kokushibo had been consumed by envy for Yorichi's mastery of the technique, by his endless comparisons to his brother's perfect strength. But now? Now, the only thing he could think about was the Uchiha, their arrogant eyes, their manipulative ways, and the centuries of hatred he had carried in his heart. The Uchiha. Kokushibo whispered to himself, his voice trembling with dark excitement. Finally, I will erase every trace of them. His mind spiraled deeper into madness. The images of those red, spinning Sharingan haunted him, but this time, they were not something to fear. No, they were something to crush. He could still see them, those crimson eyes that had once looked down upon him with cold disdain, using him as a mere pawn in their selfish games. The memory of the Uchiha elder sneering at him, calling him a tool, played over and over in his mind. You are insignificant, the elder had said, nothing more than a sword for the Uchiha's ambitions. But now, Kokashibo would be the one standing over them, their blood pooling at his feet. His sword would be the instrument of their destruction, not their rise to power. A crazed laugh bubbled up from his throat, the sound echoing eerily in the dark halls as he walked. His thoughts spiraled further, the joy of impending vengeance consuming him. He didn't care anymore about serving Muzen's goals, about the power struggle within the demon ranks, or even about sun breathing itself. None of it mattered compared to the chance to destroy the Uchiha bloodline. It will be glorious, Kokashibo muttered, his smile widening into a grotesque, twisted grin. Their eyes will fade, their pride will crumble, and they will know the suffering they inflicted upon me. His grip tightened on the hilt of his sword, the blade humming with bloodlust as if it, too, thirsted for the Uchiha's demise. The thought of cutting them down, of watching the light drain from their cursed Sharingan, filled him with a dark, euphoric pleasure. He could almost hear their cries, see the fear in their once arrogant eyes as they realized their fate. Kokashibo's heart pounded faster, his breaths coming in shallow gasps as his anticipation grew. His body trembled with excitement, his mind completely consumed by the idea of wiping the Uchiha from existence. His hatred for them had festered for so long that it had become part of him, a driving force that had shaped his very being. And now, at last, he would have his moment of reckoning. His voice, barely more than a crazed whisper, echoed softly through the darkness. I will kill them all. Kokashibo continued his march, his mind fixated on the bloodline he so despised. He didn't care how many Kamados he would need to slaughter, how many demons or humans he had to go through. All that mattered was that the Uchiha would fall by his hand. The Uchiha bloodline would finally be erased from the world, and Kokashibo would be the one to deliver their long-overdue judgment. The sun was setting over the mountain, painting the sky in hues of orange and purple as Tanjiro and Tanjiro made their way down the winding path towards home. The air was crisp with the coming night, filled with the scent of pine and the earthy aroma of freshly cut wood. Both father and son carried bundles of coal on their backs, the fruits of their day's labor. Tanjiro, ever the optimist, hummed a cheerful tune as he walked beside his father. His bright red hair, a stark contrast to the darkening sky, bounced with each step. Do you think Mom and the others will like the extra coal we got this time, Dad? He asked, his voice filled with excitement and pride. Tanjiro smiled softly, his kind eyes crinkling at the corners. I'm sure they will, Tanjiro, he replied, his voice calm and reassuring. But beneath his serene exterior, an unsettling feeling gnawed at him. Years of shinobi training, buried but never forgotten, screamed that something was amiss. As they continued their descent, the feeling grew stronger. The forest around them seemed unnaturally still, as if holding its breath in anticipation of something ominous. Birds had ceased their evening songs, and even the insects were silent. Tanjiro's hand instinctively tightened on the strap of his coal bundle. Tanjiro, he said, his voice low and controlled, I want you to run ahead to the house. Tell your mother to gather the children and prepare to leave if necessary. Tanjiro's cheerful demeanor faltered, confusion and concern clouding his young face. But Dad, why? What's wrong? Tanjiro's eyes flickered, the dark irises suddenly bleeding into crimson as his Sharingan activated. The Tomo spun slowly as he scanned their surroundings. There's danger coming, son. I need you to protect your mother and siblings. Can you do that for me? Tanjiro nodded solemnly, his own instincts kicking in. Without another word, he took off down the path, his feet sure and swift despite the fading light. Tanjiro watched him go, a mixture of pride and worry in his heart. Then, with a deep breath, he turned to face the approaching storm. Meanwhile at the Kamado home. The warmth of the Kamado household was a stark contrast to the chill settling outside. Lanterns cast a soft, golden glow over the main room, where Ki bustled about, preparing the evening meal. The aroma of cooking rice and miso soup filled the air, mingling with the scent of wood smoke from the hearth. Nezuko sat nearby, carefully folding origami cranes while keeping an eye on her younger siblings. Takeo and Hanako were engaged in a spirited game of cat's cradle, their laughter ringing out periodically. Baby Rokuta dozed peacefully in a wooden cradle, occasionally making soft, contented noises in his sleep. The peaceful scene was interrupted by the sound of approaching footsteps. The door slid open, revealing not Tanjiro and Tanjiro as expected, but Akaza. The demon's imposing figure filled the doorway, his pink hair and eyes a stark contrast to the warm tones of the Kamado home. "Akaza Aji," the children shouted in unison, their faces lighting up with joy. Even little Rokuta stirred at the commotion, blinking sleepily. Ki turned from her cooking, a warm smile gracing her features. "Welcome back, Akaza," she said, wiping her hands on her apron. "We weren't expecting you. Are you hungry? There's plenty to go around." Akaza stepped into the house, a rare smile softening his usually stern features. The Kamado home had become a sanctuary for him, a place where he could forget the darkness of his existence as a demon. Here, he was just Akaza Aji, a beloved member of the family. "Thank you, Ki," he said, his deep voice tinged with warmth. "But I've just returned from a mission. I wanted to check on you all before." His words were cut short as a sudden, oppressive energy cut through the air like a blade. The warmth seemed to leach from the room in an instant, replaced by a cold dread that settled in the pit of Akaza's stomach. His smile faded, replaced by a look of grim determination. "Koka Shibo." Akaza's heart dropped. He recognized that presence instantly, the same suffocating aura of Upper Moon 1. But why was Koka Shibo here? His senses heightened, the air around them suddenly felt colder, heavy with impending danger. In a low, urgent voice, Akaza turned to Ki. "Take the children and hide. Now." Ki, sensing the gravity in his tone, clutched Rokuta tighter and looked into Akaza's eyes. "What's wrong?" she asked, concern lacing her voice. The other children had fallen silent, sensing the sudden shift in atmosphere. "It's an upper demon," Akaza responded, his voice grave. "Koka Shibo. He's after your family. Probably because of me." His fists clenched in frustration, nails digging into his palms. "I've put all of you in danger." Ki reached out, placing a hand on Akaza's arm. Her touch was gentle, but her eyes were filled with a steely resolve. "Don't apologize, Akaza. You've given us so much happiness. This is not your fault." Akaza's heart ached at her words, a complex mix of emotions warring within him. But there was no time for sentiment. His eyes darkened with resolve as he spoke again, his voice low and urgent. "Ki, take the children. Run down the mountain. If Tanjiro and I don't return by sunrise, you must leave and never look back. Koka Shibo will stop at nothing until he kills us all." Ki hesitated for a moment, the weight of the situation sinking in. But she nodded, trusting Akaza's judgment. With quick, efficient movements, she gathered the children, her face pale but determined. "Nezuko, help me with Rokuta," she said, her voice steady despite the fear evident in her eyes. "Takeo, Hanako, grab only what you need. We must move quickly and quietly." As the family prepared to flee, Tanjiro burst through the door, out of breath and wide-eyed. "Mom," he gasped. "Dad says there's danger coming. We need to." He stopped short, taking in the scene before him. "Akaza and I? What's happening?" Akaza placed a hand on Tanjiro's shoulder, his grip firm but reassuring. "Your father is right, Tanjiro. I need you to be brave now. Help your mother get everyone to safety. Can you do that?" Tanjiro nodded, his young face set with determination. "I'll protect them, Akaza Aji. I promise." Akaza allowed himself a small, proud smile. I know you will, kid. Now go, quickly. As the Kamadu family slipped out into the night, Akaza turned to face the approaching threat. The air around him crackled with energy as he prepared for the battle to come. Outside. The night had fully settled now, the forest cloaked in shadows. A thick mist had begun to roll in, curling around tree trunks and obscuring the ground. The moon, full and ominous, cast an eerie glow over the scene. Through this ethereal landscape, Kokashibo's towering figure emerged. He walked with slow, deliberate steps towards the Kamadu home, each movement filled with purpose and barely contained malice. His long hair flowed behind him, seeming to merge with the shadows themselves. As he drew closer, the details of his appearance became clearer. His face, twisted in disgust, bore the marks of his demonic nature. 6 eyes burned with an inner fire, reflecting his hatred and disdain. His sword, sheathed at his side, seemed to pulse with dark energy, eager for the coming conflict. Kokashibo's gaze fell upon the modest Kamadu house, his lip curling in contempt. His thoughts were a maelstrom of bitterness and scorn. How far the Uchiha clan has fallen, he mused, his inner voice dripping with derision. In his mind's eye, he saw the Uchiha of old, proud, powerful, manipulating events from the shadows. They had been a force to be reckoned with, always 2 steps ahead of their enemies, their Sharingan giving them an edge in battle and politics alike. And now? Now they had dwindled to this, mere shadows of their former selves, hiding in the mountains like common peasants. Mingling with humans, starting families, living simple lives. It was pathetic, a mockery of everything the Uchiha had once stood for. As he approached the house, Kokashibo's senses picked up on recent movement. His eyes narrowed, realizing that the family had fled. But it mattered little. They couldn't hide from him for long. First, he would deal with Tanjiro and that traitor, Akaza. Then, he would hunt down every last member of this disgraced Uchiha line. A cruel smile played across Kokashibo's lips as he unsheathed his sword. The blade gleamed in the moonlight, hungry for blood. It was time to remind these fallen shinobi of the true meaning of power. Tanjiro raced through the forest, his feet barely touching the ground as he moved with the silent grace of a seasoned shinobi. His Sharingan blazed in the darkness, 3 tomo spinning rapidly as he scanned for any sign of the approaching threat. He could feel Kokashibo's presence now, a malevolent force that seemed to corrupt the very air around it. Tanjiro's mind raced, memories of his past life as Madara Uchiha bubbling to the surface. He had hoped to leave that life behind, to find peace with Ki and their children. But it seemed the past was not done with him yet. As he cleared a dense patch of trees, Kokashibo came into full view. The upper moon demon stood in a small clearing, his sword already drawn and gleaming ominously in the moonlight. Tanjiro didn't hesitate. In one fluid motion, he unsheathed his own blade and darted towards Kokashibo. The clash of their swords sent sparks flying, illuminating the night for a brief, brilliant moment. Tanjiro's Sharingan worked overtime, tracking every minute movement of Kokashibo's body. But even with his heightened perception, Kokashibo's speed was almost overwhelming. Kokashibo's 6 eyes narrowed, a hint of surprise in them. So, you haven't completely lost your edge, Tanjiro, he sneered, his voice cold and mocking. Or should I say, Madara? Tanjiro's jaw clenched at the use of his alias name, but he didn't rise to the bait. Instead, he pressed his attack, his blade moving in intricate patterns as he sought an opening in Kokashibo's defense. But Kokashibo's movements were equally swift, as if he anticipated every strike. He dodged Tanjiro's attacks with disturbing ease, his body twisting and turning in ways that seemed to defy the laws of physics. You think your pathetic jutsu will work on me? Kokashibo taunted as he parried another of Tanjiro's strikes. I've faced countless Uchiha in my time. I know all their tricks. Tanjiro's eyes narrowed, focusing harder. His hands flashed through a series of seals, muscle memory from years of training taking over. Fire style, Phoenix Flower Jutsu. A volley of small, intense fireballs erupted from Tanjiro's mouth, each one homing in on Kokoshibo with deadly accuracy. The forest lit up with the glow of the flames, shadows dancing wildly across the trees. But Kokoshibo's sword danced through the air, slicing through each fireball with contemptuous ease. The flames dissipated harmlessly, leaving nothing but wisps of smoke in their wake. Pathetic, Kokoshibo spat, his voice dripping with disdain. Is this all the great Uchiha clan has to offer? Tanjiro didn't respond to the taunt. Instead, he used the momentary distraction to change positions, appearing behind Kokoshibo in a burst of speed. His hands were already forming new seals as he inhaled deeply. Fire style, great fireball technique. A massive sphere of searing flames engulfed Kokoshibo, the heat so intense it scorched the surrounding trees. The roar of the fire drowned out all other sounds, and for a moment, it seemed as if the upper moon had been caught off guard. Then, through the inferno, Kokoshibo's voice rang out, cold and unimpressed. Moon breathing, first form, dark moon evening palace. A crescent of pure darkness cut through the fireball, dispersing it instantly. Kokoshibo emerged unscathed, his eyes narrowed in irritation. Your jutsu are impressive, Tanjiro. But they're relics of a bygone era. Allow me to show you true power. With blinding speed, Kokoshibo closed the distance between them. His sword moved in intricate patterns, each strike aimed at a vital point. Tanjiro's Sharingan worked overtime, allowing him to dodge and parry, but each movement was becoming more desperate. A slash grazed Tanjiro's arm, drawing first BLD. He winced but didn't falter, countering with a kunai throw that Kokoshibo effortlessly deflected. You've grown soft, Tanjiro, Kokoshibo taunted as they clashed again, sword meeting kunai in a shower of sparks. Living among humans, playing at being a family man. You've forgotten what it means to be an Uchiha. Tanjiro's eyes flashed with determination. You're wrong, he growled, pushing back against Kokoshibo's blade. I haven't forgotten. I've found something worth protecting. But even as he spoke, Tanjiro could feel himself being pushed back. Kokoshibo's strength was immense, his technique flawless. Years of peace had indeed dulled Tanjiro's edge, and the weight of his past as Madara Uchiha hung heavy on his shoulders. Kokoshibo sensed the hesitation and pressed his advantage. His sword became a whirlwind of deadly strikes, each one pushing Tanjiro further on the defensive. Enough of this, the upper moon snarled, his patience wearing thin. With a final, devastating slash, Kokoshibo knocked Tanjiro's kunai from his hand. The Uchiha stumbled, momentarily off balance, and Kokoshibo seized the opportunity. He raised his sword high, aiming for Tanjiro's heart, ready to end the battle in one decisive strike. Just as the blade was about to connect, a blur of motion intercepted the strike. Akaza stood between Tanjiro and Kokoshibo, his bare hands gripping the sword, stopping it mere inches from its target. The impact sent shockwaves through the ground, trees swaying from the force of the clash. Akaza's eyes burned with fierce determination as he glared at Kokoshibo. Why are you here? He demanded, his voice low and dangerous. Kokoshibo's eyes narrowed, a mix of surprise and disgust crossing his features. You've lost your way, Akaza, he spat. Muzan plans to erase your memories of these humans. You're a fool for letting them weaken you. Those words triggered something deep within Akaza. It was as if a dam had burst in his mind, and memories long suppressed came flooding back with overwhelming force. The world around him seemed to fade away, replaced by vivid flashes of his past life. A young woman's face, framed by flowing dark hair, her eyes twinkling with laughter. Koyuki, Akaza whispered, the name feeling both foreign and achingly familiar on his lips. The scene shifted, and suddenly he was standing in a modest dojo. The wooden floors creaked beneath his feet as he moved through a kata, his movements precise and powerful. A group of young students watched him with awe, their eyes wide with admiration. "Sensei," they called out, their voices filled with respect and affection. Akaza's heart clenched as he recognized his students, the ones he had sworn to protect and nurture. Their faces were so clear, so full of life and potential. The memories continued to assault him, each one more vivid than the last. He saw himself tending to his sick father, felt the weight of responsibility on his shoulders as he worked tirelessly to provide medicine and care. "You've always been so strong, my son," his father's voice echoed in his mind, weak but filled with pride. Akaza's breath caught in his throat as the significance of these memories began to sink in. He had been more than just a fighter. He had been a husband, a teacher, a son. He had been human. As the realization washed over him, ghostly figures began to materialize around him. They were translucent, glowing with a soft, ethereal light, but unmistakably real. Koyuki stood before him, her eyes filled with the same love and warmth he remembered. "Akaza," she spoke, her voice like a gentle breeze. "You haven't forgotten us. You haven't forgotten yourself." His students appeared next, their young faces beaming with encouragement. "Sensei, you taught us to never give up, to always strive to be better. It's time for you to remember your own teachings." His father's spirit placed a ghostly hand on his shoulder. "You've carried such a heavy burden, my boy. But you're stronger than any curse. You always have been." Akaza's mind reeled as he struggled to process what was happening. An inner voice, one he hadn't heard in what felt like centuries, began to speak. "What have I become? I swore to protect the weak, to nurture the young, to love with all my heart. How could I have forgotten? How could I have let myself be twisted into this? This monster, The curse Muzan had placed on him began to crack, like ice breaking apart in the spring thaw. Akaza could feel it splintering, could sense the tendrils of demonic influence loosening their grip on his soul. "No more," he thought, his inner voice growing stronger with each passing moment. "I won't be a pawn in Muzan's game any longer. I am Akaza, the protector, the teacher, the husband. I made a promise, and it's time I honored it." With a surge of will he didn't know he possessed, Akaza pushed back against the curse. The ghostly figures of his loved ones seemed to lend him their strength, their light growing brighter as the darkness of Muzan's influence receded. In that instant, the curse shattered completely. It was like emerging from deep, murky waters into bright sunlight. Akaza's eyes widened with newfound clarity, the fog of demonic influence lifting from his mind for the first time in ages. He blinked, coming back to the present moment. Kokashibo still stood before him, transformed and menacing. Tanjiro was at his side, tense and ready for battle. But Akaza felt different. Reborn. The weight of his past actions hung heavy on him, but with it came a sense of purpose he had long forgotten. Akaza's fists clenched, not with the mindless rage of a demon, but with the controlled determination of a martial artist. His eyes, once clouded with bloodlust, now shone with resolve. "You're wrong, Kokashibo," Akaza said, his voice steady and filled with newfound conviction. "These humans haven't weakened me. They've reminded me of who I truly am." The ghostly figures of his loved ones faded away, but Akaza could still feel their presence, their strength flowing through him. He took a step forward, placing himself between Kokashibo and the path that led to the Kamadu family. "I made a promise long ago," Akaza continued, settling into a fighting stance. "To protect those who cannot protect themselves. It's time I honored that vow." The fight ahead would be the toughest he had ever faced, but for the first time in centuries, he knew exactly who he was and what he was fighting for. The true battle was about to begin, and Akaza was finally ready to face it as his real self. Realizing what had happened, Kokashibo's expression darkened further. "So, you've broken free." His voice dropped, filled with malicious intent. "Then I'll end you both." The air around Kokashibo began to distort, rippling like heat waves rising from sun-baked earth. His body trembled violently, muscles contorting beneath his skin as if something within was fighting to break free. The ground beneath his feet cracked and splintered, small fissures spreading outward like a spider's web. Tanjiro and Akaza watched in horrified fascination as Kokashibo's transformation began. The upper moon's hair, once as dark as a moonless night, started to change. From the roots, a deep, fiery red began to spread, like blood seeping through water. Within moments, his entire mane had become a cascade of crimson, whipping around his face as if alive with its own energy. But it wasn't just his appearance that was changing. The very air seemed to grow heavy, charged with an oppressive energy that made it difficult to breathe. Tanjiro's Sharingan spun wildly, struggling to process the enormous surge of chakra emanating from Kokashibo. It was unlike anything he had ever encountered, a mixture of demonic energy in something else, something ancient and terrifyingly powerful. Akaza's eyes widened in recognition, a cold dread settling in the pit of his stomach. "This chakra," he muttered, his voice barely above a whisper, "it can't be." The ground continued to fracture beneath Kokashibo, small stones levitating as his power erupted in waves. Trees groaned and bent away from him, as if trying to escape the onslaught of energy. In the distance, animals could be heard fleeing in panic, their instincts screaming of the danger that now stood in the forest. Tanjiro and Akaza stood side by side, their own power paling in comparison to the maelstrom before them. Tanjiro's face was set in grim determination, but a bead of sweat trailing down his temple betrayed his apprehension. Akaza's fists were clenched so tight his knuckles had turned white, his mind racing to comprehend what they were witnessing. As Kokashibo's transformation neared its completion, his 6 eyes began to glow with an unholy light. The purple of his demon marks seemed to pulse and writhe on his skin, intertwining with new patterns that swirled across his body, patterns that Tanjiro recognized with growing horror. An Uzumaki?" Tanjiro's words came out strained, his heart pounding so strong he could hear it in his ears. "How is this possible?" Kokashibo's chakra crackled around him like lightning, the sheer intensity of it causing the air to shimmer and distort. The once calm forest now vibrated with his malevolent energy, leaves and small branches swirling in a vortex around him. When Kokashibo finally spoke, his voice seemed to come from everywhere at once, reverberating with newfound power. "Surprised? You thought you knew all my secrets?" A cruel smile played across his lips, revealing sharpened teeth. "Allow me to enlighten you on the true nature of power." The forest trembled under the weight of the battle raging within its depths. Trees groaned and splintered as waves of chakra rippled through the air, the very fabric of reality seeming to warp around the 3 combatants locked in their deadly dance. Tanjiro and Akaza moved in perfect synchronization, years of training and battle instincts guiding their every move. But even their combined might seemed to barely scratch the surface of Kokashibo's newfound power. The upper moon demon, now revealed to possess Uzumaki lineage, was a whirlwind of destruction, his sword leaving trails of crimson energy in its wake. "Is this all the great Uchiha clan has to offer?" Kokashibo taunted, his voice echoing unnaturally through the clearing. "Pathetic." Tanjiro gritted his teeth, his Sharingan spinning wildly as he struggled to keep up with Kokashibo's movements. Even with his heightened perception, the demon's speed was almost beyond comprehension. Beside him, Akaza launched a flurry of punches, each strike powerful enough to shatter stone, but Kokashibo deflected them with ease. "You know nothing of true power," Kokashibo sneered. His hands blurred through a series of seals that Tanjiro recognized with growing horror. "Let me show you the legacy of the Uzumaki clan." Suddenly, the air around them seemed to come alive. Glowing chains of pure chakra erupted from Kikushibu, their links humming with barely contained energy. Before Tanjiro could react, the chains had wrapped around his limbs, binding him tight and cutting off his chakra flow. "Tanjiro!" Akaza shouted, turning to help his friend. But in that moment of distraction, Kokashibo struck. His sword flashed, and Akaza barely managed to dodge, the blade leaving a deep gash across his chest. "I can't breathe. I can't move." Tanjiro struggled against the chains, his mind racing. Without access to his chakra, most of his jutsu were useless. The Sharingan still spun in his eyes, but its power was greatly diminished. Then, in the midst of the chaos, a memory surfaced. His family. The rhythmic dance of the Hinakami Kagura. He could see his wife, Ki, and the children watching him perform with joy during the New Year festivals, the movement, the flow. It wasn't just a dance, it was a sword technique. Why had he forgotten about that? With a surge of resolve, Tanjiro's mind sharpened. He began to sway, even as the chains tightened around him. He moved in sync with the patterns of the Kagura, each step purposeful, each movement a deliberate echo. The heat in his body grew, not chakra, but a deeper, more primal fire. Kokashibo's sneer faltered, just for a moment, as Tanjiro's body began to glow with the unmistakable aura of the sun breathing. His eyes snapped open, blazing with an inner fire. "Still fighting?" Kokashibo muttered, his voice low but laced with disdain. Tanjiro's sword erupted in flames, the chains cracking under the immense pressure of his newfound strength. And then Kokashibo laughed. It was a sound unlike anything Tanjiro had ever heard. Sickening and cruel, yet so filled with madness that it sent shivers down his spine. It was not the laugh of a warrior. It was the laugh of someone lost in their own despair, their own hatred. "Of course," Kokashibo rasped, his eyes wide with manic delight. "Of course, you nasty Uchiha have been blessed with my brother's gift." His voice was a mixture of rage and sorrow. His 6 eyes gleamed in the flickering light of Tanjiro's flames, a reflection of the chaos in his soul. "It suits your family, doesn't it? Will you take everything from me?" The madness in his voice was tinged with something deeper, something broken. The hatred he harbored for the Uchiha was not born of rivalry alone, it was born of betrayal. Kokashibo's twisted past echoed through the battlefield like a haunting dirge. Tanjiro, feeling the weight of Kokashibo's words, faltered for a brief moment. "He's not just fighting us, he's a victim." The realization hit him strong, but there was no time to process it fully. Kokashibo was still their enemy, still determined to destroy them, no matter the tragedy that had twisted his soul. The battle continued, Tanjiro's fiery blade clashing with Kokashibo's crimson sword. Akaza, bloodied but undeterred, joined the fray once more, fighting alongside his friend. But it was clear they were at a disadvantage. Kokashibo's chakra chains snaked through the battlefield, a constant reminder of the overwhelming power they faced. Each time Tanjiro broke free from the chains, new ones emerged, binding him again. His sun breathing was powerful, but Kokashibo's mastery of the Uzumaki bloodline, coupled with his demonic strength, was like fighting a force of nature itself. Akaza fought with a fury born of desperation, his fists glowing with the raw energy of his demon BLD. He roared as he lunged at Kokashibo, but the upper moon demon deflected every strike with ease, his manic laughter growing louder as the battle raged on. "You think you can win against me?" Kokashibo's voice was a roar of pure madness. "I have lived for centuries. I have endured. The Uchiha will die here, all of you." Tanjiro's heart pounded as he dodged another flurry of strikes. He could feel the exhaustion creeping in, the strain of the battle wearing down his body. But he couldn't give up. His family, his children, they depended on him. He had to find a way to end this. As Kokashibo's chakra chains wrapped around him again, Tanjiro focused all his remaining strength into one final technique. The flames of the Hinakami Kagura flared once more, burning brighter than ever before, even as Kokoshibo's crazed eyes bore into him. "I will protect my family," Tanjiro whispered, his voice filled with resolve. "No matter the cost." The air was thick with tension as the trap was set. Tanjiro crouched low behind the cover of trees, his breathing steady as he glanced toward Akaza. The two had worked in perfect unison, leading Kokoshibo to this exact spot, a place carefully chosen for the trap to spring. Akaza's eyes flickered with intensity. His focus was unwavering, and beneath the surface of his demon BLD was a fierce determination to protect the Kamadu family. Tanjiro had bought them enough time to prepare for this moment, and now it was time to act. Kokoshibo, still reeling from the intense battle earlier, stalked forward, his chakra chains moving like serpents through the forest. His crimson eyes burned with contempt, hatred deeply embedded in his soul as if the entire forest was suffocating under his presence. "You think you can escape me, Uchiha scum?" Kokoshibo spat, his voice cold and venomous. His hand twitched toward the hilt of his sword, the demon's strength was undiminished by the skirmish. He was searching for BLD, Uchiha BLD. In that split second, as Kokoshibo advanced, Tanjiro and Akaza moved. Tanjiro darted out from the shadows, his agility a blur, and Akaza's fists launched toward Kokoshibo like thunderbolts. The demon deflected the strikes, his sword cutting through the air in a deadly arc, but they were too quick, their teamwork flawless. The real moment came when Tanjiro appeared behind Kokoshibo. His Sharingan gleamed like embers in the night, the legendary eyes of the Uchiha clan burning with intensity. His expression was grim yet resolved. In that heartbeat, time seemed to slow as Tanjiro formed the necessary seals. Amaterasu. The dark flames erupted on Kokoshibo's head, instantly black flames of unquenchable fire, searing through his flesh with the intensity of 1,000 suns. The flames clung to him, wrapping around his head, and consuming everything in their path. Kokoshibo's roar pierced the night, a primal scream filled with both agony and rage. His head was burning. The flames. These black flames. Kokoshibo's vision blurred as the fire licked at his face, the searing pain digging into his very soul. His eyes widened in disbelief at the agony, the relentless flames consuming him, like the cursed fire from his past, the cursed fire of the Uchiha. How could I ever forget this pain? The thought rang bitterly in his mind. The flames had burned through his life once before, and now they were back, devouring him again. Memories surged the faces of Uchiha warriors, their arrogance, their coldness, their insidious longing to use him. The Uchiha clan had bled him dry, and their legacy, their cursed Sharingan, was the cause of his endless suffering. This pain. It's more than just physical. It's the pain of betrayal, of manipulation, of being nothing more than a pawn in their grand schemes. Every lick of flame brings back a memory of their treachery. Kokoshibo's heart pounded as rage coiled deep within. They took everything from me. He could feel the flames burrowing into his mind, deeper than just the physical pain. The hatred he harbored for them, for centuries of betrayal, was overwhelming. I remember it all. Every slight, every lie, every moment they used me for their own gain. The Uchiha, with their cursed eyes, looking down on me, molding me into their perfect weapon. They pushed me into the darkness, and manipulated my fate, all for their clan's glory. The pain. It's unbearable. But I've lived with this hatred, let it fuel me, let it drive me. And now, faced with death, I feel it stronger than ever. I will never forget what they did. This suffering. It ends with me. But not before I end them. The Uchiha bloodline must be erased from this world. No more children born with those cursed eyes. No more lives ruined by their machinations. And now, I will end them, no matter the cost. My life. It means nothing if they continue to exist. If I must die to see them extinguished, then so be it. My death will have meaning. It will be the first step towards wiping the Uchiha from existence. He lifted his hand to his own neck, his eyes glowing with the madness of vengeance. In this moment, Kokashibo felt a twisted sense of peace. The pain that had defined his existence for so long would finally serve a purpose. This is my legacy. This is my revenge. With my death, I set in motion the end of the Uchiha. He didn't hesitate. With one swift motion, Kokashibo severed his own head. Tanjiro stood frozen, his sword trembling in his hand. He stared at the scene in disbelief, unable to fully process what had just happened. Akaza, breathing heavily from the effort of battle, remained tense, waiting for something, anything, to happen. The silence stretched for what felt like an eternity. The forest was still, the oppressive weight of Kokashibo's presence finally lifted. But the image of Kokashibo's head, consumed by the black flames of Amaterasu, would be forever etched in their minds. Was it over? For a moment, there was silence. The eerie quiet after Kokashibo severed his own head hung heavy in the air, as though the forest itself was holding its breath. Tanjiro, eyes still burning from Amaterasu, stared in disbelief at the headless body lying on the ground. His heart pounded in his chest, the adrenaline of battle surging through his veins, but something wasn't right. Akaza, his breathing bred and chest bleeding from the earlier wound, kept his gaze locked on Kokashibo's fallen form. He knew better than to let his guard down. The Upper Moon One wasn't like other demons, he was something far more dangerous. Stay alert, Akaza whispered through gritted teeth, his eyes scanning the area for any sign of movement. And then it happened. Kokashibo's body began to twitch. A low, unnatural sound echoed through the forest, like bone cracking and flesh knitting itself together. The black flames of Amaterasu still clung to Kokashibo's severed head, burning relentlessly, but his body was moving. No. Tanjiro breathed, stepping back in disbelief. It can't be. The air around them grew thick, almost suffocating, as Kokashibo's body slowly began to rise. His neck, where his head had once been severed, pulsed with dark energy. Before their very eyes, the grotesque process of regeneration had begun. Flesh and muscle twisted and reformed, bones reknit, and slowly, horrifyingly, his head started to grow back. You've got to be kidding me. Akaza growled under his breath. He tightened his fists, instinctively preparing for another battle, but he knew deep down that they were at their limit. Kokashibo was regenerating, and once he regained full control, they'd be completely outmatched. Tanjiro! Akaza shouted, his voice filled with urgency. We need to go, now. Tanjiro hesitated, his Sharingan eyes still fixed on Kokashibo's regenerating form. He could feel the weight of failure pressing down on him. They had set the perfect trap, executed everything flawlessly, and yet, it wasn't enough. Kokashibo's power was beyond anything they had anticipated. Tanjiro! Akaza's voice snapped him out of his thoughts. Akaza grabbed Tanjiro by the arm, pulling him back as Kokashibo's form began to stabilize, his head now almost fully restored. The Upper Moon's eyes, filled with malice and centuries of hatred, gleamed with a terrifying light as the last bits of his face regenerated. His mouth curved into a twisted smile, the look of someone who had already won. Run! Akaza growled, pulling Tanjiro with him. We can't fight him like this. Tanjiro's heart pounded in his chest, but he knew Akaza was right. Kokashibo wasn't just a demon anymore, he was something far more terrifying, something far beyond their reach. The Uchiha clan's power, the legacy of his bloodline, wasn't enough to stop this monster. Together, they fled through the forest, their feet pounding against the earth as they sprinted away from the monster that was now fully reborn. Behind them, Kokashibo's laughter echoed through the trees, haunting and manic. "You can't run from me, Uchiha." Kokashibo's voice roared, a chilling blend of madness and hatred. "You will all die by my hand." The forest itself seemed to warp and twist around them as Kokashibo's chakra chains snapped through the air, lashing out like serpents trying to ensnare them. Tanjiro and Akaza ducked and dodged, using every ounce of their strength and agility to stay ahead of the relentless pursuit. As they ran, Tanjiro glanced back for a split second and saw Kokashibo's form in the distance, fully restored and moving toward them with terrifying speed. His eyes blazed with fury, and the earth beneath him cracked with every step he took. "Akaza!" Tanjiro breathed, panic creeping into his voice. "What do we do?" Akaza didn't respond immediately, his focus solely on keeping them alive. But even he knew that they were out of options. Kokashibo was too powerful. They couldn't fight him head-on, and running would only delay the inevitable. "We need to get you and your family out of here," Akaza said finally, his voice grim. "We can't let him reach the others." Tanjiro's heart clenched at the thought of his family. Ki, Tanjiro, Nezuko, and the others, they were all in danger because of him. Because of their connection to the Uchiha bloodline. And now, this demon, this monster, was hunting them. Akaza's eyes flickered with a deep resolve. "You go to them. I'll hold him off." "What?" "No!" Tanjiro shouted, his voice raw with emotion. "You can't fight him alone. I'm not giving you a choice." Akaza barked back, his expression fierce. "I'll buy you time. Get to your family and get them out of here. That's the only way." Tanjiro's mind raced, torn between the duty to protect his family and the guilt of leaving Akaza to face Kokashibo alone. But he knew Akaza was right. They had no other option. With a heavy heart, Tanjiro nodded, his eyes filled with gratitude and sorrow. "Stay alive," he whispered. Akaza smirked, though the pain and exhaustion were clear in his eyes. "I always do." The forest trembled under the weight of an ancient, terrible power. The clash between Akaza and Kokashibo had erupted into a maelstrom of chakra and killing intent, their battle shaking the very foundations of the earth. Trees groaned and splintered, leaves whirled in chaotic eddies, and the night air crackled with the raw energy of their confrontation. Kokashibo's form, monstrous and imposing, moved with a deadly grace that belied his immense strength. Each step, each motion was filled with centuries of battle experience, his crimson eyes gleaming with malevolent intelligence. His sword, a work of demonic art, sang through the air with each strike, leaving trails of chakra in its wake. But Akaza was no longer the demon he once was. Months of rigorous training under Tanjiro had transformed him into something unprecedented, a demon with the techniques of a shinobi. Akaza's fists, once instruments of pure brutality, now moved with surgical precision. The gentle fist style, taught to him by Tanjiro, allowed him to target Kokashibo's chakra points with pinpoint accuracy. Each strike was a carefully calculated attack, designed to disrupt the flow of energy within Kokashibo's body. Kokashibo's eyes widened in surprise as he felt his chakra network fluctuate under the assault. He leaped back, his sword raised defensively. "Impressive," he sneered, a hint of genuine respect in his voice. "But all this stolen power. It's still not enough." Akaza's eyes narrowed, his chest heaving as he shifted stances. The gentle fist had taken its toll, but Kokashibo was far from defeated. It was time to change tactics. With a burst of speed, Akaza closed the distance, his body now moving in the powerful, dynamic motions of the strong fist style. His fist crashed into Kokashibo's guard with the force of a meteor, the impact sending shockwaves through the forest. Trees buckled and cracked under the pressure as Akaza pressed his advantage, each strike carrying the weight of a mountain behind it. Kokashibo, however, was not Upper Moon One for nothing. With centuries of battle experience, he adapted swiftly to Akaza's new style. His sword became a shield and a weapon all at once, deflecting Akaza's crushing blows while seeking openings for counterattacks. Dynamic entry. Akaza shouted, launching into a spinning kick aimed at Kokoshibo's head. The upper moon ducked under the attack, his sword flashing upwards in a deadly arc. Akaza barely managed to twist away, the blade slicing a shallow cut across his chest. He landed in a crouch, his eyes never leaving his opponent. The two circled each other, the air between them thick with tension. "I've seen it all before." Kokoshibo growled, his voice a mixture of contempt and excitement. "These techniques, these styles, they're nothing new to me. I've fought Uchiha, Hyuga, and every other clan you can name. What makes you think you can defeat me with their hand-me-down techniques?" Akaza didn't respond with words. Instead, he charged forward, his body a blur of motion. He feinted with a right hook, then dropped low for a sweep kick. Kokoshibo leapt over the kick, his sword descending in a killing blow, only to meet Akaza's raised forearm, reinforced with a layer of hardened chakra. The clash sent both fighters skidding backwards, gouging deep furrows in the earth. Akaza's arm trembled from the impact, while Kokoshibo's eyes narrowed in frustration. "You're full of surprises, traitor," Kokoshibo hissed. "But how long can you keep this up?" Indeed, despite his ferocity, Akaza was beginning to feel the weight of the battle. Kokoshibo was a force unlike any other, and even with the techniques he'd learned from Tanjiro, the upper moon's sheer experience began to tilt the tide in his favor. Akaza's movements were slowing, and the gaps in his defense were widening. Kokoshibo sensed the shift and pressed the attack. His sword became a whirlwind of steel, each strike aimed at a vital point. Akaza dodged and blocked frantically, but he couldn't avoid every hit. Shallow cuts appeared on his arms, his legs, his torso, each one a testament to Kokoshibo's overwhelming skill. "Leaf Hurricane!" Akaza shouted, spinning into a series of rapid kicks. But Kokoshibo was ready. He caught Akaza's ankle mid-kick, his grip like iron. "This is the end for you, traitor," Kokoshibo hissed, his voice dripping with malice. With a brutal twist, he hurled Akaza through the air. The demon-turned shinobi crashed through several trees before slamming into a boulder, the impact leaving a web of cracks in the stone. "You've forgotten your place. And now you'll pay the price for betraying Lord Muzan." Akaza struggled to his feet, his body battered and bleeding. He knew that Kokoshibo was right, the demon was simply too strong. But as Kokoshibo raised his sword for the killing blow, something inside Akaza refused to give up. The faces of Tanjiro, of Nezuko, of the entire Kamado family flashed through his mind. He had found something worth protecting, worth dying for. Just as Kokoshibo swung his blade down, ready to cleave Akaza in two, a blazing force slammed into Kokoshibo's back. Amaterasu. The night exploded into an inferno of black flames. Kokoshibo's body jerked forward as the fires of Amaterasu ignited on his back, searing through his flesh with unquenchable fury. His scream pierced the air, raw and full of rage, as the flames burned deeper and deeper into his body. He turned, snarling, to see Tanjiro standing behind him, his sword still glowing with the intense heat of sun breathing. Tanjiro's Sharingan eyes spun with determination, the deadly combination of his Uchiha heritage and his mastery of breath styles pushing Kokoshibo to the brink. "You! Uchiha scum!" Kokoshibo roared, his voice a mixture of pain and madness. His eyes were wide with fury as he realized the black flames were not fading, their curse eating away at him relentlessly. Tanjiro's face was pale, the strain of using Amaterasu evident, but his resolve was unshakable. "This ends now," Tanjiro said through clenched teeth, his sword raised to strike again. But Kokoshibo, driven mad with pain and hatred, moved faster than Tanjiro could react. In a blind fit of rage, he lashed out, his fist blazing with chakra, and punched clean through Tanjiro's stomach. The sound of the impact echoed through the forest, and for a brief moment, everything went still. The black flames continued to burn, casting eerie shadows across the shocked faces of both Akaza and Tanjiro. Tanjiro! Akaza's voice broke through the silence, panic rising in his chest as he watched Tanjiro stumble back, blood pouring from the gaping hole in his abdomen. The world seemed to slow as Tanjiro crumpled to the ground, his sword slipping from his grasp. Kokashibo, his body still engulfed in the black flames of Amaterasu, was now a twisted figure of burning flesh and rage. His screams of agony filled the night as the flames continued to eat away at him, but his eyes, those maddened, bloodshot eyes, were still locked on Tanjiro. "I'll kill you all." Kokashibo spat, his voice trembling with pain and hatred. "Your family. Your cursed Uchiha bloodline. I'll destroy it all, even if it costs me everything." Akaza, trembling with fear and fury, rushed to Tanjiro's side. Blood soaked the earth beneath him as Akaza knelt down, his hands shaking as he tried to lift his fallen friend. "Stay with me, Tanjiro." Akaza pleaded, panic rising in his chest as he saw the extent of Tanjiro's injuries. But there was no time for careful treatment. Kokashibo's body was still burning, but his chakra was flaring wildly, the ground around them cracking under the pressure. The upper moon was still alive, still dangerous, and now more unstable than ever. "We have to go," Akaza muttered, his voice barely above a whisper. He hoisted Tanjiro over his shoulder, his mind racing as he realized the full gravity of the situation. Kokashibo would never stop. He would hunt them down, hunt down the entire Kamado family, until there was nothing left. With a burst of adrenaline, Akaza took off into the night, his legs moving as fast as they could carry him. Behind him, Kokashibo's screams echoed through the forest, a twisted promise of vengeance that seemed to shake the very stars. "I'll find you." Kokashibo's voice roared through the darkness, filled with rage and agony. "I'll kill every last one of you, even if it means my own destruction." Akaza didn't look back. His only thought was to get Tanjiro to safety, to protect the family that had given him hope. The night was thick with the weight of Kokashibo's threat, but Akaza pushed forward, running faster and faster, carrying Tanjiro into the shadows of an uncertain future. The battle was over, but the war had only just begun. And as the black flames of Amaterasu continued to burn in the distance, Akaza knew that their lives would never be the same again. To be continued. The Kamado family ran through the dense forest, the soft glow of moonlight filtering through the branches above. Ki held Rokuta close to her chest, her heart pounding, every fiber of her being fighting to stay composed for her children's sake. The others followed her lead, Tanjiro at her side, his face etched with worry as he glanced back toward the distant sounds of the battle they'd left behind. "I should be there, fighting with him," Ki muttered under her breath, a flicker of frustration in her usually calm eyes. She forced herself to keep moving, even though every step away from Tanjiro and Akaza felt like a betrayal. Tanjiro heard her whisper and tightened his grip on her hand, his own thoughts a storm of fear and helplessness. "Mom. Father told us to run for a reason. If we go back, we'll only make things harder for him." Nezuko, a few paces behind, clenched her fists. "But why does it have to be this way?" she asked, her voice raw with anger. "Why can't we be stronger? I can't stand this feeling, this weakness." She could feel the hot sting of tears pricking her eyes but forced them back. She wanted so badly to turn around, to help in any way she could, to fight for the family she loved. Tanjiro slowed his pace slightly, looking back at his sister. "I know, Nezuko. I feel it too," he admitted, his voice shaking with the same helplessness. "But right now, we have to trust Father. We'll get stronger, one day, we'll be able to protect them too. But that time isn't now." He hated saying it, hated how powerless he felt admitting it. But he knew they had to keep going. Takeo stomped his foot as he ran, his face scrunched in frustration. "I want to fight too," he shouted, his voice filled with the fierceness of his young spirit. "Father shouldn't have to fight alone." "Takeo, stop." Ki's voice was sharper than usual, though her heart ached at his words. "You'll understand one day. Sometimes, being strong means knowing when to protect what truly matters. Right now, that means keeping each other safe." Shigeru, just a few paces behind, looked up at his older siblings with wide, determined eyes. Though his body was young, his heart burned with the same longing to protect his family. He didn't speak, but his eyes showed the same frustration, the same hatred for their weakness that all of them felt. Hanako clung to Nezuko's side, fear in her tearful gaze. "Nezuko, do you think they'll be okay? Father and Akaza?" Her voice trembled, the bravery in her spirit waning with every step deeper into the forest. Nezuko, steeling herself, put a hand on Hanako's shoulder. "Yes. They're both strong. But we have to be strong too. For them, and for each other." Ki's arms tightened around Rokuta, who was nestled against her, his eyes wide and confused. At 3 years old, he couldn't fully grasp the fear threading through the night or understand why they were running. All he knew was that his family was close, that they were together. Why are we running, Mama?" he asked, his small voice piercing the darkness. Ki swallowed, managing a gentle smile. "We're going on an adventure, Rokuta," she whispered, her voice breaking slightly. "We're just going somewhere safe, okay?" Rokuta nodded slowly, not fully understanding, but sensing his mother's unease. His small hand clutched her kimono as they ran, grounding him in the only security he knew. The group pressed onward, the sound of their footsteps blending with the rustling leaves and the occasional chirp of a nighttime creature. Every so often, they'd hear the distant echoes of a roar or clash of power from the direction they had come. Each sound made their hearts clench, knowing that Tanjiro and Akaza were still out there, facing the nightmare they had run from. Takeo glanced over at Tanjiro, frustration boiling over. "Tanjiro, we should do something. There has to be something we can do. We can't just keep running like cowards." Tanjiro's face tightened as he looked at his younger brother. He knew how Takeo felt, how they all felt. But he also knew the risk they posed if they went back. "Takeo, trust me. I want to help just as much as you do. But we have to trust them. They're strong, and they're fighting for us. Our job right now is to make sure we stay safe, so their fight isn't in vain." Takeo opened his mouth to argue, but Ki's voice broke through the tension. "Enough. We're almost out of the forest. Keep moving." Her tone held a finality that quieted them, though the anger and frustration still lingered. Every one of them wanted to be strong, to be able to stand beside Tanjiro, to fight like he and Akaza were. But they knew, deep down, that now was not that time. Akaza's legs moved on instinct, each stride carrying him and Tanjiro farther and farther away from the battlefield. Kokoshibo's enraged roars faded behind them as the forest swallowed the sounds of their struggle, and soon it was only the two of them, their harsh breaths, the rapid thump of Akaza's heart, and the soft rustle of the leaves around them. Only when they'd put enough distance between themselves and the battle did Akaza slow down, his feet coming to a reluctant stop in the shadow of a large oak tree. Gently, he laid Tanjiro down on a soft patch of moss, kneeling beside him. Blood soaked Tanjiro's clothes, pooling around the wound in his stomach, a stark reminder of how close they had come to losing him. "Tanjiro, stay with me," Akaza muttered, leaning down, his hands trembling as he reached to check the wound. But just as he pressed his hand against the torn flesh, he noticed something impossible, something that sent a cold shock through him. Beneath his touch, the bleeding had slowed, the torn skin beginning to mend itself in subtle, almost undetectable ways. He stared, unable to look away, as the wound he'd thought fatal started to close up. Akaza drew in a shaky breath, his mind grappling with what he was seeing. The bruises, the cuts, they were all healing. Tanjiro's face, once pallid, regained a hint of color, the pain etched in his expression easing with each passing moment. This can't be happening, Akaza thought, the realization settling into him like a stone. A trembling hand reached up to his face, brushing over his own features. For the first time in decades, he felt smooth, warm skin, not the demonized texture that had once marked him. And when he glanced at his hands, there was no sign of Muzen's influence. The kanji that had once branded him as Upper Moon 3 were gone. His eyes, free of their once cursed markings, were clear and human. I'm free, the thought should have filled him with relief, but all he could feel was terror. Terror for Tanjiro, his friend, the man he had come to love and admire. He had watched Tanjiro embrace his humanity, each moment as precious as the last, choosing life over eternity. Akaza had made his peace with it. Tanjiro would grow old, and one day, they would part. But this wasn't supposed to happen. No, Akaza's voice cracked, a wave of despair crashing over him. No, Tanjiro, you can't. His hands hovered uncertainly over Tanjiro's face, brushing his cheek in disbelief. You weren't supposed to become one of us. In his unconscious state, Tanjiro's face softened, the lines of pain giving way to a peacefulness that struck Akaza to his core. He'd seen that same expression on those who had first embraced demonhood, when the fear faded, and only an empty calm remained. The thought of Tanjiro, someone who valued his humanity above all else, succumbing to that same fate made Akaza's stomach twist. Why now? Akaza whispered, his voice choked with desperation. He knew what he was seeing, a natural progression that every demon undergoes, the regeneration, the healing. But Tanjiro, the one who refused that curse, the one who fought against darkness at every turn, why was it happening to him? Akaza's mind reeled, unable to reconcile what he was seeing. The man he admired, the one who'd chosen to live in the fleeting beauty of humanity, was slipping away, into the same eternity that Akaza had once known and resented. I didn't want this for you, he whispered, struggling to keep his voice steady, his hand clinging to Tanjiro's in a mix of panic and helplessness. He'd dreamed of seeing Tanjiro grow, of watching him experience the stages of life that Akaza himself had lost, of feeling the pang of bittersweet joy as he aged. But now, everything he'd held on to, every quiet resolution, felt as though it was slipping through his fingers. And the cruel irony twisted in his chest like a blade. He had once begged Tanjiro to become a demon, to stay with him forever. But now, when he was finally free from Muzen's grip, and when Tanjiro had embraced his life with such fierce resolve, this change was happening against his will. Akaza's hands shook as he traced the edges of Tanjiro's wounds, trying to assess the extent of the damage. Please, Tanjiro, he whispered, clinging to hope. Don't become like me. The words felt hollow, knowing they could do nothing to stop this transformation. And then, slowly, Tanjiro's eyes fluttered open, hazy with pain but alive. A faint smile touched his lips as he recognized Akaza, his gaze softening with the warmth that Akaza had come to cherish. Akaza, you're okay, he murmured, his voice weak but filled with relief. Akaza swallowed, trying to match his friend's strength. I should be saying that to you, idiot, he managed, his voice cracking. You're healing. He couldn't bring himself to say the words, but he knew Tanjiro could sense his fear. Tanjiro's gaze turned thoughtful as he took in Akaza's unmarked face, the human warmth in his friend's eyes. You're free, he said, almost in awe, his voice a soft murmur. Akaza nodded, but his relief was tempered with anguish as he held Tanjiro's hand a little tighter. I am. But. Tanjiro, his voice faltered, the weight of his realization heavy. You can't, you shouldn't become one of us. I wanted to watch you grow, to see you live. This isn't what I wanted for you. Tanjiro managed a weak smile, his eyes filled with understanding even as he struggled to stay conscious. "Akaza, we've both been through so much. Maybe there's still a choice," he whispered, his words slurring. Akaza clung to that faint hope, but the dark reality gnawed at him. The man he loved for his unbreakable spirit, the one he'd vowed to protect, was slipping into the shadows. And though he wanted to believe in Tanjiro's strength, he couldn't ignore the fear that, even now, Tanjiro was becoming something else. As Tanjiro's breaths grew steadier, Akaza brushed his fingers over his friend's brow, whispering a silent prayer to a world that had rarely granted him mercy. They'd survived, but he knew this fight wasn't over. And now, in the quiet between breaths, he feared it had only just begun. The morning sunlight filtered through the trees as Joe made his way up the mountain path. A feeling of dread gnawed at him, a quiet whisper of unease that had crept in when he'd first caught sight of the Kamadu household from a distance. Now, as he approached the clearing, his stomach twisted at the sight that greeted him. The Kamadu home lay in ruins. Splintered wood, ash, and fragments of what once held warmth and laughter were strewn across the yard. A broken futon lay among the rubble, the remnants of family life shattered and cold. Joe's heart sank as he took it all in, guilt washing over him like an icy wave. Had he arrived too late? If only I'd been faster. He thought, clenching his fists. The lingering traces of BLD and the faint whiff of sulfur in the air left little doubt in his mind. Demons had been here, and the carnage they'd wrought haunted his every step as he ventured closer, searching for any sign of life. His breath caught when he finally saw him, a person laying unconscious on one of the futons within the remains of the house. Joe rushed forward, kneeling beside him to check for signs of life. The man's face was pale, and there were traces of fresh BLD on his clothes, but there was also a strange stillness, a quiet warmth that reassured Joe he was alive. Joe placed a tentative hand on the man's shoulder, attempting to rouse him. "Sir, are you all right? Can you hear me?" He waited, his hand tightening as he tried to assess the extent of his injuries. But before he could do more, a sudden force lunged at him from the shadows. Joe's instincts flared, and he rolled to the side just in time to avoid a sharp blow aimed directly at him. He was back on his feet in an instant, drawing his sword to face his attacker. In the snowy morning light, the figure took shape, a demon, one with fierce eyes and a stance that told Joe all he needed to know: this was no ordinary adversary. His attacker was radiating a dangerous energy, muscles tensed, gaze sharp, and movements unnaturally precise. "What brings a demon slayer to this home?" the demon asked, his voice low and wary. There was a strange protectiveness in his stance, his frame slightly shielding Tanjiro from Joe's view. Joe met the demon's gaze, remaining silent. His mind raced as he tried to understand the situation, piecing together fragments of what he'd heard about the Kamadu family from the villagers. Why would a demon be here, guarding the very man he was meant to eat? Yet he couldn't dismiss the danger. There was a threat here, and it stood in front of him. "All right," the demon said, the beginnings of a smirk curling his lips. "You want to do it the strong way? Fine, we'll do it the strong way." The demon darted forward, his speed blurring, and Joe had just enough time to raise his sword to parry. The impact resonated through his bones as he blocked the strike, the force driving him back a step. This demon was powerful, stronger than most, his fighting style refined, unlike the mindless brutality of lesser demons. Joe quickly moved into a water-breathing stance, the calm and fluid rhythm helping him focus as he prepared for the next attack. Akaza surged toward him, his attacks rapid and calculated, each blow carrying deadly force. Joe sidestepped, countering with a sharp slice aimed at the demon's shoulder, but his blade met only air as Akaza dodged with practiced ease. "You're different," Joe noted, keeping his breathing steady, though his mind was racing. "Why are you protecting him?" He tried to read the demon's movements, attempting to understand the contradiction he saw before him. Akaza merely laughed, a sound tinged with bitterness and fire. "Protecting them? "It's more than that," he replied, his fists crackling with a fierce energy. "If you want to take him from me, you'll have to earn it." Ju dodged another punch, this time stepping in to land a quick, slicing strike at Akaza's side. But the demon's reflexes were uncanny. He twisted to avoid the blade, closing the distance between them in an instant. His fist shot out, barely missing Ju's head as he spun away. Akaza's strikes grew fiercer, more intense, each one carrying the weight of someone fighting for something beyond himself. Ju felt the desperation in Akaza's movements, the unwavering determination to protect what he cared for. It puzzled him, yet he couldn't ignore the sheer strength and skill of his opponent. But Ju wouldn't back down. Water breathing, third form, flowing dance. He moved with a fluid grace, dodging and weaving between Akaza's blows, aiming for his weak points. Akaza countered with a fury that shook the ground beneath them, matching Ju's movements with a brutal power that seemed almost human. The fight surged with every heartbeat, both fighters locked in a deadly dance of strength and speed. As the sun rose higher, casting a dim glow over the battlefield, Ju couldn't shake the feeling that there was something more to this demon, something that spoke of loyalty, of bonds beyond BLD. He steeled himself, the blade in his hand trembling slightly. There were still questions unanswered, a mystery unraveling before him, but he had a duty to uphold. And for now, that meant facing this demon and finding the truth hidden within the remnants of the Kamadu household. A soft groan drew their attention, and both fighters froze as Tanjiro stirred on the futon. His eyes fluttered open, revealing a startling transformation. Where warm burgundy eyes had once been, now gleamed a fierce crimson tinged with an otherworldly glow. Despite the change, his face retained its gentle features, unmarred by the grotesque transformations that usually accompanied demon conversion. The only other signs of his altered state were the sharp fangs that now peeked from behind his lips, visible as he drew in a deep breath. Akaza, sensing Tanjiro's stirring, turned away from his standoff with Ju and hurried to his friend's side. Relief softened his normally tense expression, but it quickly turned to unease as he took in Tanjiro's altered appearance. Ju, catching sight of the change, shifted his stance instantly, his sword rising on instinct as he recognized the telltale signs of a demon. But before his blade could arc through the air, Akaza moved with blinding speed. His hand clamped around Ju's wrist with crushing force, and in one fluid motion, he hurled the demon slayer across the clearing. "Don't you dare," Akaza snarled, his voice dropping to a dangerous growl. The morning air crackled with his fury as he stalked toward Ju, killing intent radiating from every step. Ju steadied himself, astonished but undeterred, his gaze darting between Akaza and the silent figure now standing behind him. "He's a demon," Ju stated, voice edged with conviction. "I can't let him live if he's turned." His stance remained guarded, even as confusion clouded his expression. Akaza glared, his jaw clenched. "You don't understand, so don't speak as if you do." His voice was deadly quiet, anger and frustration mingling with a vulnerability he rarely allowed himself to show. He made to move toward Ju, prepared to defend Tanjiro with his life if necessary. A hand touched his shoulder, gentle but firm. Akaza turned to find Tanjiro standing there, his expression serene despite the chaos. He shook his head slowly, and in that simple gesture lay a command that even Akaza couldn't ignore. The former upper moon's shoulders sagged, his rage dissipating like morning mist. "Tanjiro." Akaza whispered, his voice thick with concern. But Tanjiro merely squeezed his shoulder once before stepping past him. Ju watched, sword still raised, as the demon, Tanjiro, he now knew, approached him with slow, deliberate steps. Every instinct screamed at him to attack, to fulfill his duty as a demon slayer, but something in Tanjiro's calm demeanor held him in place. When Tanjiro reached him, he did something so unexpected that Ju's sword arm dropped in shock. He embraced him. The warmth of the embrace struck Ju to his core, so different from the cold touch he'd expected from a demon. Then Tanjiro drew back slightly, pressing their foreheads together in an NTMT gesture that sent waves of emotion coursing through Zhu's being. For a moment, Zhu froze, his heart pounding as Tanjiro's arms wrapped around him in a gesture of calm and solidarity. He felt the weight of the demon's forehead press against his own, the warmth of Tanjiro's skin so utterly human, despite the fangs and the crimson eyes. And then, something began to stir within him, something he hadn't felt in a long, long time. An overwhelming tide of emotion welled up, unbidden, memories rushing back to him, moments of quiet companionship, the laughter he'd shared with Sabito, the dreams they'd carried together. He tried to pull away, but the ache within him, the loneliness he had buried for so long, was too much to bear. Tears gathered in his eyes, then spilled over, unbidden. He choked on a breath, barely able to make sense of the flood of emotions engulfing him. It was as if he'd connected, in that moment, with a shared pain and history he didn't understand but somehow felt in his very bones. Akaza watched the scene unfold with growing bewilderment, but his expression suddenly sharpened as he noticed something impossible in Zhu's tear-filled eyes. Where there had been only deep blue before, now a pattern swirled to life, the distinctive red and black tomo of the Sharingan. Impossible, Akaza breathed, taking an unconscious step forward. You're an Uchiha? The revelation hit him like a physical blow. The Kamado family wasn't alone in their uniqueness, there were others out there with inherited powers that defied common understanding. Zhu, still overwhelmed, slowly pulled away, his mind a whirl of questions and emotions he couldn't yet give voice to. He looked into Tanjiro's eyes, trying to decipher the silent man before him. Despite the demonic features, despite the fangs and crimson gaze, there was a warmth there that Zhu recognized, a kindness that made the weight of his loss feel less heavy, if only for a moment. "Who are you?" Zhu whispered, his voice wavering. But Tanjiro remained silent, his gaze gentle and filled with understanding, as though no words were needed between them. Zhu clutched his sword, the weight of his duty and the pull of an unexplainable kinship warring within him. Akaza stepped forward, placing a hand on Zhu's shoulder, pulling him slightly back. "His name is Tanjiro Kamado," he said firmly. There was a strange, quiet pride in his tone, as if he was introducing someone he respected above all others. "And he's not like other demons. He's special." Zhu took a shaky breath, the gravity of that name resonating within him. He didn't fully understand why, but something in him stirred, as though he'd encountered a piece of himself in Tanjiro's gaze. The three stood in silence, the weight of history and unspoken words settling around them. Tanjiro merely nodded, a soft look of acceptance and understanding in his gaze, as if he too understood the burden of their shared past, and what it might mean for the future. Zhu touched his eyes, still trying to process the foreign power that had awakened within them. The Sharingan pulsed with each heartbeat, showing him the world in ways he'd never imagined possible. "I don't understand," he said quietly. "All these years as a Hashira, and I never knew." "The Uchiha clan has always been secretive," Akaza said, his voice carrying the weight of centuries-old knowledge. Like the Kamado family, they possessed abilities that set them apart. But unlike the Kamados, they were warriors first, guardians second. He paused, studying Zhu with newfound interest. "Your eyes. They're proof that the bloodlines still exist. That there might be others out there." Tanjiro's hand moved again across the ground. "The world is changing. Old powers are awakening." The silence that followed was heavy with unspoken questions. Tanjiro released Zhu and knelt down, fingers tracing patterns in the dirt, his only means of communication now. Akaza and Zhu gathered around him, their previous hostility forgotten in the face of larger revelations. "We need to find them," Tanjiro wrote, his hand steady despite the emotion behind his words. "My family." Zhu's breathing steadied as he looked into Tanjiro's calm, silent gaze. Every fiber of his being urged him to strike, to fulfill his duty and rid the world of another demon, but he couldn't. Something within Tanjiro was painfully human, a kindness and sorrow that Joe recognized. The tears on his own face only solidified that bond. He took a step back, slowly lowering his sword. I don't understand this. But I'll help, for now. His voice was strained, a mix of hesitation and determination. Akaza raised an eyebrow. You're saying you'll help him? He looked suspicious, almost challenging Joe to turn his back on Tanjiro. Joe nodded stiffly. If we're going to protect his family, we need a plan. And we need to leave here, quickly. Joe sheathed his sword, a decision forming in his mind. Everything he'd believed about demons, about his role as a Hashira, about his own identity, it was all shifting, reshaping itself around these new truths. Then we move, he said firmly. Together. The Corps has safe houses throughout the region. Places even other Hashira don't know about. Tanjiro nodded, rising to his feet with an otherworldly grace that betrayed his new nature. Yet his eyes remained kind, human in their depth of feeling even as they glowed with demonic power. He gestured toward the mountain path, then pointed to his heart and held up 3 fingers. 3 days, Akaza translated, familiar with Tanjiro's ways. He's saying we have 3 days before the others realize something's wrong. His expression darkened. Before they come looking. 3 days to disappear, Joe murmured, his Sharingan spinning slowly as it committed every detail to memory. 3 days to find his family. He looked at his unlikely companions, a former upper moon turned human, a human turned demon who still clung to his humanity, and himself, a Hashira carrying the legacy of a clan he never knew existed. The path ahead was uncertain, but as the first drops of rain began to fall, one thing became clear: their fates were now intertwined in ways none of them could have predicted. Respected Mstr Urokadaki. I hope this letter finds you well. I write to you not only as your former student but as someone in need of guidance. Recent events have shaken everything I thought I knew about our world and my place in it. During my patrol in the northern mountains, I encountered something unprecedented. I've discovered relatives I never knew existed, distant family connected to me through ancient bloodlines. One of them, a man named Tanjiro, is searching desperately for his missing family. I know this may seem irrelevant to our mission, but I believe there may be a connection to the broader fight against demons. Would you be willing to use your network to help search for them? Any information about a family named Kamadu would be invaluable. Mstr, what I write next may test your faith in my judgment, but I beg you to read my words completely before passing judgment. Tanjiro has been turned into a demon. Before you worry, this is different from anything we've encountered before. He retains his human heart completely, there is no bloodlust, no violence. He cannot speak, yet his humanity shines through in every gesture. When I first saw him, I drew my blade as our training dictates. But what happened next? Mstr, he showed me something. A connection, a depth of emotion and humanity that no demon should possess. I know how this must sound coming from me, of all people. After Sabito, I swore I would never waver in my duty. But this situation challenges everything we thought we knew about demons. Tanjiro's companion, I will explain more about him in person, has also shown me things that suggest there are aspects of this war we don't fully understand. I've made a decision that I know may disappoint you. I will be traveling with them until we locate Tanjiro's family. Before you object, please know that I make this choice with full awareness of its gravity. I give you my word, written in my own hand, if either of them kills a single human being, I will commit seppuku without hesitation. My life will answer for my judgment. But Mstr, I believe this path, though uncertain, may lead us to greater truths about the nature of demons and humanity itself. There are powers awakening in our world that we never knew existed. I've discovered abilities within myself that I don't yet understand, abilities that you and I need to discuss in person when time permits. I will send updates as often as I can, though our path may take us to remote regions. Please remember my training, I will not let my guard down. But I also cannot ignore this chance to understand something that might change everything we know about our fight. If you feel I have strayed too far from the path you set me upon, I will accept your judgment. But I ask you to trust in the foundation you built within me. The principles you taught me haven't changed, only my understanding of how to apply them has grown. With deepest respect and gratitude. Tomioka Ju. P.S. If you receive word from any other Hashira about unusual demon activities in the northern mountains, I ask that you delay their response. Give me time to prove my judgment right or wrong. That is all I ask. 2. The Honorable Mstr Ubuyashiki. I write to report an unprecedented situation that requires your wisdom. As a Hashira, it is my duty to inform you of events that may affect the Corps' understanding of demons and our mission. During my patrol of the northern mountains, I encountered an anomaly. A demon transformation unlike any documented in our records. The subject, Kamado Tanjiro, has maintained complete human consciousness and shows no predatory instincts toward humans. He cannot speak, yet demonstrates a level of self-awareness and control that defies our current understanding of demon nature. What makes this case particularly significant is that he was accompanied by a former upper moon who has somehow reverted to human form, a transformation I witnessed myself. I know this claim sounds impossible, but I stake my position as Hashira on its truth. Mstr, in light of these discoveries, I request temporary leave from my regular duties. I believe investigating this situation could provide crucial insights into demon nature and possibly reveal weaknesses in Muzen's power that we haven't yet understood. The Kamado family appears to possess unique abilities that may be valuable to our cause. I must also disclose a personal discovery. During my encounter with Tanjiro, I awakened an inherited ability, one connected to an ancient bloodline known as the Uchiha. I mention this not for personal reasons, but because it may be relevant to our broader understanding of the powers that exist in our world. I understand the gravity of harboring a demon, even one who retains humanity. Therefore, I offer these assurances. I maintain constant vigilance over both Tanjiro and his companion. At the first sign of danger to humans, I will execute my duty without hesitation. Should they prove destructive, I will accept full responsibility and the consequences thereof. Currently, we are searching for Tanjiro's missing family. I believe finding them may reveal more about these unique abilities and their potential significance in our fight against Muzen. I know this report challenges many of our fundamental beliefs about demons. However, I am convinced that understanding these exceptions could be crucial to our mission. I await your guidance on how to proceed. With utmost respect and loyalty to the Corps. Tomioka Ju. Water Hashira. P.S. I have also written to my former Mstr, Urokadaki, seeking his counsel in this matter. If you wish to confirm any details, he will be able to validate my character in making these unprecedented requests. I was born into a cage of expectations, though I wouldn't recognize its bars until years later. My earliest memory is of crimson, my mother's hair, identical to my own, reflected in a palace mirror. Appealing, they called it, but their eyes held something else. Fear? Reverence? I was too young to understand that my red hair marked me as different, as other. My twin brother Yorichi and I were mirror images of fate's cruel joke, he, marked by a strange birthmark and destined for isolation, crowned with forbidden red hair yet chosen to carry our family's legacy. When father declared Yorichi should die, I remember not the words but the way mother's hands trembled as she cradled my brother. Her desperate bargain saved his life but condemned him to a different kind of death, a life of isolation until he would be sent to the temple. I learned to move like a shadow through our home's corridors, stealing moments with my brother in his 3-tatami room. The servants whispered that he was deaf, simple, broken. But I saw how his eyes followed every movement, how they seemed to peer through flesh and bone to something beyond. In those quiet moments, I would practice my sword forms while he watched, each swing a desperate attempt to prove my worth as the chosen son. The flute I made him was born of that same desperation, a clumsy thing of hollow bamboo that wheezed more than it sang. I spent weeks trying to make it perfect, my small hands blistered from carving. When I finally gave it to him, he held it like it was made of pure gold. His silence felt like acceptance, the first time I'd given something of worth to anyone. Then came the day that shattered my world. 7 years old, SWNGNG my practice soared with the dedication of one who knew nothing else, when Yorichi spoke. His words, that he wanted to become a samurai like me, should have filled me with joy. Instead, they filled me with dread. Because deep down, I knew. I knew that if he tried, he would succeed. Everything always came so easily to him. And I was right. 4 perfect strikes. For moments that revealed the truth I'd been hiding from, that no matter how strong I worked, how many hours I practiced, how many blisters I earned, would never match his natural gift. When I begged him to share his secret, his casual dismissal of swordsmanship felt like a slap. Here I was, desperately clawing for every scrap of skill, while he could simply see. See through flesh, see through bone, see the very essence of life itself. Mother's illness was the first time I truly hated him. While I watched helplessly as she withered, he knew. He knew exactly how many days she had left, could see the weakness creeping through her left side like poison. He planned his goodbye with the precision of a surgeon, while I remained blind and ignorant until the end. He came to me that night, at 3 a.m, still clutching that worthless flute. His gratitude felt like acid on my skin. How dare he thank me? How dare he treasure such an imperfect thing while possessing such perfection himself? I said nothing as he left, my silence a mirror of his childhood years. But inside, I was screaming. I remember their eyes first, obsidian pools that seemed to drink in the light itself. I was only 10 when the Uchiha clan first appeared at our doorstep, their presence casting long shadows across our humble home's wooden floors. Until then, they had been nothing more than whispered legends, tales of divine warriors blessed by Amaterasu herself. Father's reaction that day haunts me still. I had never seen fear in his eyes before, he had always been our family's unmovable mountain, steady and strong. But when those black-eyed visitors arrived, something in him crumbled. That night, he gripped my shoulders so tight it hurt, his voice trembling as he warned me, "If you ever see someone with black hair and black eyes, you hide. You hide and you don't come out until I find you." I didn't understand then why he started dyeing my hair the very next day, or why he would obsessively check the color in the mirror each morning. Sometimes I would catch him pulling at the strands, as if trying to pull out some truth hidden in their artificial shade. But children rarely question the strange behaviors of their parents, we simply adapt, accepting their oddities as normal. The stories of the Uchiha had always captivated me. How could they not? They were said to be Amaterasu's chosen, her divine guardians walking among us mortals. In secret, I would imagine myself among their ranks, wielding powers blessed by the sun goddess herself. While father grew more paranoid with each passing day, I grew more fascinated. Then came the announcement that changed everything, the Uchiha clan would be adopting our family. My heart soared with childish joy, finally, I would be part of something greater, something divine. But father. Oh, father. I'll never forget how the news seemed to physically age him, his face becoming a mask of ash and terror. He looked at me with eyes that had seen some horrible future, gripping my arms just as he had that first night. "Never trust them, Michikatsu," he pleaded, his voice cracking. "No matter what happens, no matter what they promise you, never dash." But he never finished that warning. They came before dawn, their footsteps thundering through our home like an approaching storm. I remember the splintering of wood, the sharp crack of our door being thrown open. Black cloaks swirled like storm clouds as they poured in, their red clan symbols gleaming like fresh BLD in the dim light. Everything happened so fast. Hands grabbed me, pulled me away. Father's voice rose in desperate protest, but it grew fainter and fainter as they dragged me from our home. The last glimpse I caught of him, his face contorted in anguish, reaching out for me as other clan members held him back, is seared into my memory like a brand. That was the last time I ever saw my father. And it was the day I learned that sometimes the most appealing legends hide the darkest truths. The Uchiha weren't divine guardians, they were collectors of secrets, hoarders of power. As they led me away to my new family, I finally understood why father had looked so broken when the adoption was announced. He hadn't been afraid of the Uchiha's power, he had been afraid of what they would do with it. What they would do to us. To me. That day marked the beginning of my nightmare, though I didn't know it yet. The divine blessing I had so admired would reveal itself to be a curse, and the clan I had dreamed of joining would become my prison. Their arrival revealed the truth about my crimson hair. I was Uzumaki, a bloodline they coveted like precious stones. I learned the truth during one of their countless examinations, when an elder carelessly mentioned my Uzumaki heritage as if discussing the weather. My true clan, scattered to the winds, known for their vitality, their powerful chakra, their mastery of Fuinjutsu. And their crimson hair. Father hadn't just been hiding himself, he'd been hiding me. The experiments began almost immediately after that revelation. They called them training sessions, but training doesn't leave you vomiting BLD onto pristine tatami mats. Training doesn't have you screaming into your pillow at night as your chakra pathways feel like they're being torn apart and reconstructed. Training doesn't make you pray for unconsciousness just to escape the pain. Again, they would say, their Sharingan eyes glowing in the dim light of the underground chambers. Your Uzumaki BLD can handle it. Again. And they were right, I could handle it. That was the curse of my heritage. My body would heal, my chakra would replenish, and they would push me even further the next day. Sometimes I would lie in bed for days, every cell in my body screaming in agony, but they were patient. They could afford to wait, I was their investment, after all. Between the torture sessions they called training, they taught me everything. Ninjutsu came naturally, my massive chakra reserves made even the most demanding techniques feasible. They drilled military tactics into my head until I could recite battle formations in my sleep. They taught me the art of war, the dance of politics, the poetry of death. I excelled at it all, desperate for their approval, for some sign that I was more than just their experiment. I noticed the special treatment, of course. Other adopted children trained, yes, but not like this. They weren't pushed to these extremes, weren't given this level of attention. At first, I took pride in it, silly, naive child that I was. I thought it meant I was special, that I was finally being accepted as one of them. Why can't I just be normal? I would whisper to my reflection, watching BLD drip from my nose after particularly brutal training sessions. What would it take to just be like everyone else? But the face that stared back at me held no answers, only exhaustion and growing despair. Then came the marriage proposals. It started subtly, casual introductions to young women from the clan, coincidental meetings in the compound gardens. But soon the elders' intentions became clear as crystal. They would parade their granddaughters before me like prized cattle, each one with those same black eyes that had haunted my nightmares for years. That's when everything clicked into place, when the grand design became horrifyingly clear. They hadn't spent years training me out of kindness or acceptance. They hadn't pushed me to my limits to make me stronger for my own sake. They had been cultivating me, like a farmer tends to his most promising CRP. They wanted to combine Uzumaki vitality with Uchiha power. They wanted to breed a new line of shinobi, more powerful than either clan had ever produced. I was to be their stud, their prized breeding horse. All those years of torturous training, of desperate attempts to prove myself worthy of the Uchiha name, they meant nothing. I was never meant to be an Uchiha. I was meant to produce them. The realization hit me like a physical blow, leaving me retching in my quarters. Every memory of praise, every moment I had treasured as proof of their acceptance, turned to ash in my mouth. I saw now what my father had tried to protect me from, not just the Uchiha's power, but their ruthless ambition. That night, as the moon cast long shadows through my window, I made my decision. I wouldn't be their breeding stock, wouldn't let them use my BLD to create their perfect weapons. The irony wasn't lost on me. All those years of training, meant to bind me to them, had instead given me the skills I needed to escape. I fled under the cover of darkness, taking nothing but the clothes on my back and the bitter knowledge of what I truly was to them. Every step away from the compound felt like breaking a chain, each one painful but necessary. Behind me lay years of torture disguised as training, of manipulation masked as acceptance. Ahead lay uncertainty, but at least it was my choice. I met her in a small village where cherry blossoms danced on the spring breeze. I was exhausted from weeks of running, paranoid of every shadow, jumping at every flash of red eyes in my dreams. That's when she walked into my life, or rather, stormed into it. "Your stance is terrible," she said, watching me practice with my sword in a secluded clearing. "You're so focused on looking behind you that you can't see what's in front of you." I nearly drew my blade on her, but something in her eyes stopped me. They weren't filled with judgment or hidden agenda, just honest observation and a hint of amusement. Her name was Akane, and she had no idea how those simple words would change both our lives. She was unlike anyone I'd ever met. While I'd been raised in rigid hierarchy and calculated manipulation, she spoke freely about her dreams of a better world. She'd sit for hours, gesturing animatedly as she outlined her vision of a government that served its people rather than ruling over them. "Imagine a world," she'd say, her eyes bright with passion, "where children don't have to be afraid of their own BLD, where power serves the weak instead of preying on them." I found myself drawn to her like a moth to flame. She wasn't impressed by strength or bloodlines, she cared about ideas, about making real change. When I finally told her about my past, about the Uchiha and what they'd done to me, she didn't offer empty pity. Instead, she took my face in her hands and said words I'll never forget. "They tried to make you their weapon, but they forgot that weapons can cut both ways. Your strength is yours now, not theirs, not your clan's, just yours." We married under those same cherry blossoms where we first met. Our first child came a year later, then our second. For the first time in my life, I understood what it meant to be truly free. No experiments, no expectations, no Sharingan eyes watching my every move. Just love, pure and unconditional. Our home was modest, but it was filled with laughter and heated debates and quiet moments of perfect peace. Akane would read to our children while I watched from the doorway, amazed that such happiness could exist in the same world that had caused me so much pain. At night, we'd lie awake, talking about everything and nothing, her plans for social reform, my slow journey of healing, our hopes for our children's future. But the past has a way of finding you, no matter how far you run. The samurai job seemed simple enough, guard duty, nothing more. I took it to provide for my family, promising Akane I'd be home before the harvest moon. I still remember her standing in our doorway, our children clinging to her kimono, as she made me swear to write to her every week. Then came that night of BLD and screaming. The demon moved like a shadow, tearing through trained warriors like they were paper dolls. I fought with everything I had, but it wasn't enough. I watched good men die, their screams mixing with the monsters in human howls. As it turned its attention to me, I thought of Akane, of our children, of all the letters I'd never get to write. That's when he appeared, Yorichi, moving like a divine wind, his sword gleaming in the moonlight. The demon fell before I could blink, but it was too late for my comrades. As Yorichi helped me to my feet, apologizing for not arriving sooner, I felt something twist inside me. All those old feelings came rushing back, the inadequacy, the burning need to prove myself, the bitter taste of being saved when I should have been strong enough to save others. I'd spent years building a new life, becoming someone who deserved Akane's love and our children's admiration, but in that moment, I was that helpless boy in the Uchiha compound again. When Yorichi offered to train me as a demon slayer, I knew I had to accept. Not just for the power to protect my family, but for the chance to finally face my demons, both literal and figurative. Akane understood, as she always did. She helped me pack, pressing a stack of blank papers into my hands. "Write to me," she said, her voice firm but gentle. "Write to me about everything, your training, your fears, your victories. Write to me so I know you're still fighting to come back to us." And I did write, pouring my heart onto paper, telling her about the grueling training, about learning to breathe in new ways, about slowly finding purpose in protecting others instead of running from my past. Her replies were my lifeline, each letter carrying the scent of home and hope. "My love," she would write, "remember that you're not running toward power this time, you're running toward protection. That makes all the difference in the world." She was right, as she usually was. This path wasn't about proving myself to anyone. It wasn't about matching Yorichi or erasing my past. It was about ensuring that no other family would lose their loved ones to the demons that stalk the night. It was about building the better world Akane had always dreamed of, one sword slide at a time. I always did write to her once every week. Training under Yorichi was unlike anything the Uchiha had put me through. Where they had been cruel taskmasters, he was a patient teacher. Where they had demanded perfection through pain, he sought understanding through practice. It should have made it easier. Somehow, it made it worse. I watched him try to teach the other demon slayers his sun-breathing technique. They would gasp and strain, their faces turning red with effort as they attempted to replicate his perfect movements. None of them could do it, not even close. But instead of seeing their failure as weakness, as the Uchiha would have, Yorichi simply smiled and helped them find their own way. "Everyone's breath is different," he would say, adjusting a student's stance with gentle hands. "Like how the sun's light reflects differently off various surfaces, each person's strength manifests in its own unique way." That's how the first breathing styles were born. Water breathing, wind breathing, flame breathing, each one a reflection of sun breathing, adapted to suit different natures. I trained alongside a wind-breathing user, our swords singing through the air as we sparred day after day. The way they moved, like a leaf dancing in the breeze, helped me understand something crucial: power doesn't have to look the same to be effective. Then it happened, the Demon Slayer mark appeared on my skin. It came with power and understanding of my own breathing style. Moon breathing, they called it, a technique derived from sun breathing but distinctly my own. I should have been proud. In many ways, I was. But it wasn't enough. It was never enough. My moon breathing was powerful, yes. It could slice through demons like they were made of paper. Other slayers looked at me with awe, whispered about my technique when they thought I couldn't hear. But it wasn't sun breathing. It wasn't Yorichi's technique. It was just another reflection, another shadow of his light. "Isn't it amazing," Yorichi would say during our rare moments of rest, "how unique our generation is? To think we've developed so many new ways to fight demons." I would nod, smile even, while something twisted in my gut. Because he was right, we were unique. But that uniqueness came with a price. Neither of us had successors for our breathing styles. Sun and moon, destined to fade away with us. He saw it as appealing, temporary like cherry blossoms. I saw it as failure. The years passed, and I threw myself into training with renewed vigor. Every swing of my sword, every breath I took, was aimed at closing the gap between us. But while I trained until my hands bled and my lungs burned, while I pushed myself to the brink of collapse day after day, Yorichi lived his life with that same serene smile. He would disappear for months at a time and would return with stories of helping farmers with their harvests, of teaching children to read, of simple meals shared with grateful villagers. And each story was like a knife in my gut. Because that's what truly burned, not that he was stronger, not that his technique was superior, but that he had never had to fight for any of it. While I had endured torture at the hands of the Uchiha, he had lived freely. While I had scraped and clawed for every scrap of power, every technique, every breath, he had been born with it all. Even now, as one of the most powerful demon slayers alive, I was still chasing. Still working myself to exhaustion while he simply existed. The moon eternally chasing the sun, never quite catching up, never quite measuring up. I would write to Akane about these feelings, pouring my bitterness onto paper late at night when the moon hung full and mocking in the sky. Her replies were always gentle but firm. "My love," she would write, "you're measuring yourself against the wrong standard. The moon doesn't need to be the sun to be appealing. It has its own light, its own purpose." But how could I explain to her that it wasn't about being appealing? It was about justice. About the unfairness of it all. About watching my brother live the peaceful life I had been denied, wielding the power I had been tortured for, all while wearing that same serene smile. The moon-breathing techniques grew more powerful with each passing day. I developed new forms, each one more deadly than the last. Other slayers looked to me for guidance, for training, for wisdom. I had everything I had ever thought I wanted: strength, respect, purpose. But every time I saw Yorichi return from one of his peaceful sojourns in the countryside, every time I watched him demonstrate sun-breathing with that effortless grace, every time I heard him speak of hope and optimism for a future he had never had to fight for, the old darkness would stir in my heart. But all good things must come to an end. I remember the whispers first. They spread through the core like wildfire. Yorichi had encountered Muzan Kibutsuji himself. My brother, the perfect swordsman, the undefeated demon slayer, had finally faced our greatest enemy. Everyone waited for news of Muzan's death, for the celebration that would surely follow. But the whispers turned darker. Muzan had escaped. Not only that, but Yorichi had let another demon live. The perfect warrior had failed. I wasn't there when it happened, but I heard the story so many times it feels like my own memory. Yorichi, his sword flashing with the power of the sun itself, actually wounded Muzan. He drove the demon king to the brink of death, something no one had ever done before. But, almost, killing Muzan wasn't enough. Neither was letting another demon slip away. The core's reaction was swift and merciless. The same people who had praised his name, who had begged to learn his techniques, who had spoken of him with reverence, they turned on him like rabid dogs. The whispers became shouts, demands for BLD to pay for BLD. Seppuku, they cried. He must take responsibility for his failure. I watched from the shadows as they surrounded him in the core's main courtyard. My brother, who had never raised his voice in anger, who had never struck out in spite, stood there calmly as they hurled accusations and insults. His face remained serene, accepting their judgment as if he had expected it all along. Something broke inside me then. All my jealousy, all my bitterness about his easy life melted away as I watched them tear him down. I stepped forward, my hand on my sword. I would defend him. I would remind them of all he had done, of how many lives he had saved, of how he had created the very breathing techniques they used. But before I could speak, Yorichi caught my eye. He gave the slightest shake of his head, that same gentle smile on his face. Even now, he was trying to protect me. Oyakata's intervention came as a surprise to everyone. Instead of death, he declared banishment. It was meant to be merciful, I suppose. But watching my brother accept this punishment without protest, watching him prepare to leave everything he had built. I found him later, as he was preparing to leave. He had so few possessions, just his sword, a change of clothes, and that ridiculous Hanya mask he always carried. Let me come with you, I said, the words tumbling out before I could stop them. We can find Muzan together. Prove them wrong. He turned to me then, and for the first time, I saw sadness in his eyes. Not for himself, but for me. No, brother, he said softly. Your path lies here. You have a family waiting for you, students who need you. The core needs moon-breathing strength. But they're wrong. I protested, feeling like a child again. You wounded Muzan more than anyone ever has. You've saved countless lives. How can they just throw you away? He smiled, that same DMN serene smile that had always infuriated me. But now it felt like a knife in my heart. They're afraid, he said simply. Fear makes people forget kindness. But that doesn't mean we should forget to be kind. I wanted to rage at him, to shake him until he showed some anger, some resistance to this injustice. But he just placed a hand on my shoulder, the way he used to when teaching me breathing techniques. Take care of yourself, brother, he said. And remember, the moon's light is most appealing when the sun sets. Then he turned and walked away, his back straight, his steps unhurried. No rage, no bitterness, no longing for revenge. Just acceptance and that unshakable serenity. I stood there until his figure disappeared into the distance, my hands clenched so tight my nails drew blood. All those years I had envied his power, his peace, his seemingly perfect life. Now I watched as he walked away from it all without a backward glance, while those who had praised him celebrated his fall. The irony was bitter enough to choke on. I had spent years resenting him for having an easier life than mine, only to watch him accept punishment for a feat no other slayer could have accomplished. He had wounded Muzan, had come closer to ending our war than anyone in history, and his reward was exile. As I walked back to my quarters that night, the moon hung full and cold in the sky. I thought of all the times I had trained under its light, trying to match my brother's strength. Now he was gone, and I was left wondering if I had ever understood what true strength meant at all. I wrote to Akane that night, my brush strokes angry and uneven. My brother is gone. They cast him out for being less than perfect, for being human enough to fail. And he accepted it with a smile, as if their cruelty was just another form of kindness he hadn't yet understood. How can I serve a corps that would discard its greatest warrior so easily? How can I trust in justice when I've seen it bend so easily to fear? Her reply came days later, her words as wise as ever. Sometimes the greatest injustice is not in how others treat us, but in how we let their treatment change who we are. Your brother chose to remain kind in the face of cruelty. That, my love, might be his greatest strength of all. But as I read her words, watching the moon cast shadows across the paper, I wondered if such strength was worth the price it demanded. And for the first time, I truly understood why my father had tried so strong to hide me from those who wielded power, because in the end, even the sun itself could be cast into darkness by the fears of lesser men. They came at dawn, just as the Uchiha always did. I felt their presence before I saw them, that familiar suffocating weight of Sharingan eyes watching, waiting. I had just enough time to write one final letter to Akane, my hands shaking as I penned the words I never wanted to write. My beloved, when this reaches you, I will be gone. The past I've been running from has finally caught up to me. Listen carefully, you must forget me. Burn our letters. Tell our children their father died honorably in battle against demons. Better a dead hero than the truth. Keep them safe. Keep them hidden. If you see black eyes and red clouds, run. I'm sorry. Every moment of freedom I had with you was worth all of this. Forever yours, Michikatsu. I had barely sealed the letter when they burst in. They didn't need to restrain me, we all knew I would comply. Fighting meant risking them finding my family. So I stood still as they stripped away my Demon Slayer uniform, as they roughly washed the dye from my hair, revealing the cursed red strands I had hidden for so long. They dragged me outside, into the morning light where the other Hashira had gathered for their meeting. I can still hear the collective gasp as my true heritage was exposed, the crimson hair of the Uzumaki clan, the mark of what the Uchiha had been hunting all along. "This one belongs to us," one of the Uchiha elders announced, his voice dripping with satisfied ownership. "You won't be seeing him again." I didn't resist as they led me away. I couldn't bear to see the looks on my fellow Hashira's faces, the shock, the betrayal, perhaps even pity. I had finally found a place where I thought I belonged, only to have it ripped away again. The wedding was a blur. I remember a white kimono, black eyes watching my every move, and the feeling of chains closing around me once more. They had finally achieved what they'd wanted all along, an Uzumaki bound to their bloodline, a breeding stock for their grand ambitions. Days bled into weeks, then months. I moved through life like a ghost, going through the motions of existence without truly living. Everything that had made me Michikatsu, my swordsmanship, my moon breathing, my dreams of freedom, felt distant, like memories from another life. Then I met him, Muzan Kibutsuji. The Demon King found me during one of my rare moments alone, when even the Uchiha's vigilance had lapsed. He didn't see a failed experiment or a prized stallion. He saw me, saw the rage and desperation burning beneath my carefully controlled exterior. "They've bound you with chains of duty, honor, and BLD," he said, his eyes gleaming with understanding. "But what if I told you there was a way to break those chains forever?" I knew what he was offering. I had spent years hunting his kind, had seen the horrors demons could inflict. But I had also seen how the Uchiha treated their family, how the Demon Slayer Corps had cast aside my brother, how every institution I had ever served had eventually revealed itself to be built on lies and fear. "You'll never be truly free as a human," Muzan continued. "They'll always find a way to bind you. But as a demon..." His smile widened. "Well, demons answer to no one." I didn't hesitate. Didn't need to consider the price or consequences. In that moment, I understood that Michikatsu, the dutiful son, the loyal brother, the loving husband and father, the dedicated demon slayer, had to die for me to truly live. As Muzan's BLD coursed through my veins, burning away everything I had been, I felt something break free inside me. The moon-breathing technique I had created transformed, becoming something darker, more powerful. My hair turned white, my eyes multiplied, and with each change, I felt the chains of my past dissolving. Michikatsu died that night, along with all his weaknesses, his desperate need for approval, his bitter jealousy, his futile dreams of normality. From his ashes rose something new, something unfettered by human constraints. Koka Shibo. The black moonlight that would never again chase the sun. The demon who would never again bow to any MSTR. Free at last, though perhaps not in the way Akane would have wished. But then, some prices are worth paying, even if the cost is your humanity itself. Looking back now, with my demon's eyes that see so much more clearly than human ones ever could, I wonder if this was always my destiny. The Uchiha tried to make me their weapon, the Demon Slayer Corps tried to make me their warrior, but in the end, I chose to make myself into something else entirely, something that would never again be bound by the chains of human ambition. I am no longer the moon chasing the sun. I am the darkness that devours both. The black flames still burn. Even now, months later, I feel them, not just on my skin, but in my soul. Amaterasu, the black flames of the sun goddess herself, a gift to her precious Uchiha clan. How fitting that they would use divine fire against the demon I've become. Every regeneration is agony. My cells scream as they try to rebuild, only to be consumed again by the lingering flames. The pain is beyond anything I've experienced, worse than the Uchiha's experiments, worse than becoming a demon, worse even than watching my life with Akane slip away. But pain is nothing new to me. Pain has been my constant companion since I was 10 years old. No, what truly burns is the irony. All these centuries of power, of freedom from human constraints, only to be marked once again by their cursed eyes. Tanjiro, another vessel for their tainted BLD, wielding Amaterasu against me as if he had any right to that power. As if he understood what it meant to be shaped by those black flames. They say Amaterasu burns for 7 days and 7 nights, or until its target is completely destroyed. But I am no ordinary target. I am Kokoshibo, Upper Moon One, the demon whom dread the dark arts of moon breathing. I've survived worse than divine fire. I've survived the Uchiha's breeding programs, the Core's betrayal, the loss of everything I ever loved. Let the flames burn. Let them scar my flesh and mark my soul. Every moment of agony only feeds my resolve. I lie here in my chamber, watching my flesh bubble and regenerate in an endless CYCL, and I'll plan. I'll remember. I'll hate. I remember the weight of black eyes watching my every move. I remember the feel of dye in my hair, trying to hide what I was. I remember their hands on me, their plans for my BLD, their casual cruelty masked as family duty. Most of all, I remember the moment they dragged me away from the life I had built, from Akane and our children, from the only real freedom I had ever known. The Uchiha think themselves gods among men with their blessed eyes and divine flames. They collect power like merchants collect coins, hoarding bloodlines and abilities as if they have the right to decide who lives and who dies, who serves and who rules. They took everything from me, my childhood, my dignity, my family, and now they dare to mark me with their goddess's flames? No more. I lean into the pain now, let it fuel the darkness inside me. My demon BLD may struggle against Amaterasu's pure fire, but it cannot destroy what I've become. Nothing can. Not divine flames, not blessed eyes, not even time itself. I am no longer the boy they could break with their experiments, no longer the man they could chain with duty and tradition. I am vengeance incarnate. I am the shadow that will swallow their precious sun. I am the monster they created, turned against its makers at last. Let them think me defeated. Let them believe their divine flames have crippled me. I've spent centuries perfecting the art of patience, of turning pain into power. I will heal, no matter how long it takes. I will gather my strength, hone my hatred to a razor's edge. And when the time comes, I will show them what their perfect weapon has become. The Uchiha believe themselves untouchable, protected by their goddesses' black flames and BLD red eyes. They forget that the moon casts the deepest shadows when the sun burns brightest. They forget that their precious Sharingan was born from darkness, from pain and loss and hatred. They forget that they are not the only ones who know how to HRNSS suffering. I trace the burning scars across my flesh, watching them heal and burn again. Each mark is a promise. Each scar is a debt to be repaid. I will hunt them down, one by one. I will destroy everything they've built, everything they value, everything they think makes them special. I will show them what true power looks like, not the borrowed strength of divine eyes, but the raw force of centuries of hatred given form. Let Amaterasu burn. Let it mark me as their enemy. I will wear these scars like a badge of honor, a reminder of what I'm fighting for. And when I'm done, when the last Uchiha lies broken at my feet, they will understand what their arrogance has cost them. They wanted a weapon. They'll have one. They wanted power. I'll show them power. They wanted to play with forces beyond their control. I'll give them exactly what they asked for. The black flames still burn, but so do I. And when this fire finally dies, when my flesh finally heals, there will be a reckoning. The Uchiha clan thought they could control me, contain me, destroy me. They're about to learn just how wrong they were. The rhythmic clacking of wooden sandals against the dirt path was the only sound that accompanied our small group as we made our way through the remote countryside. Akaza led the way, his strides confident and purposeful, while Tanjiro walked silently beside me, his eyes scanning our surroundings with a quiet intensity. It had been 3 days since I'd encountered them amidst the ruins of the Kamadu household, and in that brief span of time, my world had been turned upside down. The demon I had once prepared to strike down now walked beside me, his gentle demeanor and unwavering humanity a stark contrast to everything I'd been taught about his kind. And Akaza, the former Upper Moon 3, had somehow shed the demonic curse that had bound him, his movements and expressions now imbued with a rawness I had never witnessed in a demon. As we pressed onward, I couldn't help but feel a growing sense of unease. The weight of my decision to accompany them weighed heavily on my shoulders, even as I caught glimpses of Tanjiro's determined spirit and Akaza's newfound humanity. Were they truly the exceptions they appeared to be? Or was I simply allowing my emotions to cloud my judgment, putting the fragile piece of the demon slayer core at risk? The questions swirled in my mind, but Tanjiro's presence at my side seemed to offer a measure of reassurance. He had reached out to me that day, his embrace conveying a depth of emotion that still resonated within me. And as we walked, he would occasionally reach out, gently tapping my arm to draw my attention. When I looked at him, he would signal with his hands, his movements deliberate and purposeful. It took me several attempts to decipher his meaning, but eventually, I realized he was attempting to teach me the ways of the Uchiha, the ancient bloodline that we shared. Akaza, sensing my confusion, would often step in, offering guidance and explanations that helped me better understand the gestures and signs Tanjiro was using. The Uchiha were a powerful clan of shinobi, Akaza explained one evening, as we sat around a small campfire. They possessed a unique ability called the Sharingan, which granted them heightened perception, reflexes, and the capacity to mimic any technique they witnessed. His gaze flickered to my eyes, the now familiar Sharingan spinning slowly within their depths. Tanjiro wants to ensure you learn to HRNSS this power, just as your ancestors did. I listened, my mind racing as I tried to reconcile this new information with everything I thought I knew about myself. A shinobi? Me? The idea seemed almost laughable, yet Tanjiro's unwavering determination told me that he believed it to be true. As the days passed, Tanjiro's silent lessons continued. He would demonstrate various hand signs and movements, guiding me through the basics of channeling my own inner energy, what he called chakra. Akaza, surprisingly, proved to be a valuable ally in these lessons, offering insights and techniques that complemented Tanjiro's silent instruction. Focus your breathing, Akaza would say, his voice low and calm. Feel the energy within you, like a fire waiting to be stoked. Now, channel that into your limbs, let it flow through your body. I would follow his directions, feeling the unfamiliar sensations as my body responded to this newfound power. At first, it was clumsy and uncertain, but gradually, I began to understand the ebb and flow of this energy, learning to HRNSS it in ways that enhanced my speed, strength, and agility. Tanjiro would nod approvingly, a small smile tugging at the corners of his lips as he watched my progress. And in those moments, I couldn't help but feel a growing sense of connection to these two unlikely companions. Akaza, the former demon who had shed his cursed nature, and Tanjiro, the human-turned-demon who had somehow retained his humanity, they were guiding me, teaching me things that expanded my understanding of the world in ways I could scarcely comprehend. As we continued our journey, I found myself becoming more attuned to their needs as well. Akaza, despite his newfound humanity, still possessed an NTMT knowledge of first aid and field medicine that proved invaluable. He taught me how to properly treat wounds, how to identify and mitigate the effects of various poisons, and even how to set broken bones. You never know when these skills might come in handy, Akaza would say, his eyes briefly flickering with a shadow of his former demonic nature. Especially in a world where danger lurks around every corner. Tanjiro, in turn, would demonstrate silent techniques for unarmed combat, showing me how to HRNSS my chakra and newfound Uchiha abilities to defend myself without relying solely on my sword. His movements were fluid and graceful, each gesture conveying a lifetime of experience that I could scarcely begin to fathom. As I learned from them, I found my perspective shifting. No longer were Akaza and Tanjiro simply demons to be feared and eliminated. They were mentors, guides, and, dare I say it, something akin to family. The walls I had so carefully constructed over the years were slowly crumbling, replaced by a growing sense of trust and camaraderie that I had never anticipated. The journey ahead was still uncertain, fraught with dangers that I could scarcely imagine. But as we pressed onward, following the trail that might lead us to Tanjiro's missing family, I found myself filled with a newfound purpose. This was no longer just about my duty as a Hashira, it was about understanding the truth that lay beyond the boundaries of our carefully constructed beliefs. And if that truth required me to redefine everything I thought I knew about demons and the nature of humanity itself, then so be it. I was ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead, with Akaza and Tanjiro at my side. Meanwhile, the old basket swayed gently as the Kamadu family made their way up Mount Sagiri's winding path, guided by the last rays of sunlight filtering through the trees. Shizugaya, the farmer who had gifted them the basket, had warned them about traveling at night, but they had little choice. Tanjiro carried young Rokuta on his back while Nezuko helped Hanako over fallen logs. Their mother, Ki, walked beside Takeo, her steps determined despite their exhaustion. The temple appeared before them like a phantom through the trees, weathered wood and faded paint telling stories of better days. Tanjiro's enhanced sense of smell caught it first, the metallic tang of fresh BLD carried on the evening breeze. "Everyone, hide," he whispered, passing Rokuta to his mother. "I smell BLD. A lot of it." Nezuko's eyes narrowed, but she nodded, guiding their siblings behind a thick cluster of bushes. Ki held them close, her eyes fixed on her eldest son as he approached the temple doors. The scene that greeted Tanjiro froze him in place. Corpses lay strewn across the temple floor, their bodies torn and mangled. In their midst crouched a demon, its mouth dripping with fresh BLD as it turned to face the intruder. "This is my territory," the demon growled, rising to its full height. "You should have stayed away, human." Tanjiro remained still, his mind flashing back to the demon that had attacked their home, the one his father had fought. That demon had radiated power that made the air itself feel heavy. This one was different. Weaker. The demon lunged forward, claws extended. Tanjiro's hand moved on instinct, drawing the kunai his father had given him. The blade sliced clean through the demon's neck, drawing a spray of dark BLD. "Not bad," the demon chuckled as its wound sealed shut before Tanjiro's eyes. "But not good enough." It vanished, reappearing behind Tanjiro with frightening speed. But Tanjiro had seen faster. His body moved smoothly, dodging each strike with the fluidity his father had drilled into him through countless training sessions. "This demon is nothing compared to the one father faced," he thought, continuing to evade the increasingly frustrated attacks. From her hiding spot, Nezuko watched her brother's defensive dance with growing irritation. Always so peaceful, even now, unable to contain herself any longer, she burst from the bushes, channeling chakra into her foot as she launched herself at the demon. Her kick connected with devastating force, sending the demon's head flying across the temple. "Nezuko!" Tanjiro called out in surprise. "Stop playing around, brother," she shot back, jumping away as the demon's headless body lunged for her. Her foot connected again, keeping the body at bay while Tanjiro recovered from his shock. What followed was a bizarre dance of siblings versus demon parts, with Shigeru and Hanako running out to help corral the still-moving body while Nezuko and Takeo managed the head. Working together, they managed to bind the demon with shinobi wire, wrapping it tightly until it could barely move. "What do we do with it?" Hanako asked, her voice trembling slightly as she stared at their captive. "Kill it," Takeo said firmly. "It's eaten people." "But how?" Nezuko wondered aloud, looking at the bound demon with a mixture of disgust and uncertainty. The sound of footsteps drew their attention to their mother. Ki walked forward, having handed Rokuta to Tanjiro. Without a word, she picked up a large rock from the temple grounds. Her first strike caught them all by surprise, the solid thunk of stone against skull echoing through the temple. Again and again she brought the rock down, her face set in grim determination as she unleashed her fury on the creature that threatened her children. She might have continued until dawn if not for the firm hand that caught her wrist. "That's enough," a gruff voice said. They all turned to see a man wearing a Tengu mask, his presence commanding immediate attention. "The sun will rise soon. That will finish it." True to his word, the first rays of dawn began to peek through the temple windows, and they watched as the demon dissolved into ash. After helping them bury the demon's victims with proper rites, the masked man turned to address them. "I am Sakanji Urokadaki," he said, his voice softening slightly. "You must be the Kamado family." They nodded in unison, still wary of this strange newcomer. "I was sent by Tomioka Ju to find you," he continued. "Your father, Tanjiro, he's alive. He sent us to bring you to safety." The effect of his words was immediate. Ki's hands flew to her mouth, tears welling in her eyes. The children broke into relieved smiles, even Nezuko's stern expression cracking as hope bloomed in her chest. "Father's alive?" Tanjiro breathed, his voice thick with emotion. Urokadaki nodded. "Come. My house isn't far from here. You'll be safe there until we can reunite you with him." As they gathered their belongings and followed Urokadaki up the mountain path, the weight of the night's events began to lift. Their father was alive. They would be together again. And for the first time since their home had been attacked, the Kamado family felt the warm embrace of hope. Ju considered the question carefully, remembering the countless demons he had slain, and the humans whose actions had sometimes proved more monstrous. "Perhaps," he began, choosing his words with care, "being human isn't about what flows through our veins, but what resides in our hearts." Akaza nodded, a bitter smile playing at his lips. "I've known demons who retained more humanity than some humans I've encountered. Men who would sacrifice their own children for power, women who would poison their sisters for wealth." He paused, watching as Tanjiro gestured silently to them, indicating a safe path forward. "And yet, I've also seen humans rise above their darkest impulses, choose compassion when cruelty would have been easier." "Like you did," Ju observed, noting how Akaza's steps faltered slightly at the words. "My return to humanity wasn't just about breaking Muzen's curse," Akaza admitted. "It was about remembering who I was beneath the corruption, finding that spark of conscience that never truly died." He turned to Ju, his eyes reflecting the morning light. "Sometimes the most demonic act is not in taking a life, but in taking away someone's ability to choose their path." They climbed in silence for a moment, both lost in thought. Ahead, Tanjiro stopped at a clearing, his hands moving in the familiar gestures that they had come to understand as a signal to rest. As they settled on fallen logs, Ju found himself studying both his companions, one a former demon who had clawed his way back to humanity, the other a human-turned demon who had somehow retained his soul. "Perhaps," Ju ventured, "the true measure of humanity lies not in what we are, but in what we choose to become. Every day, we face choices that either strengthen our humanity or chip away at it." Akaza's expression softened. "Yes, and sometimes the most human thing we can do is recognize the humanity in others, even when they've lost sight of it themselves." He glanced at Tanjiro, who sat quietly observing their exchange. "Like you did with us." "It wasn't easy," Ju admitted. "Everything I'd been taught, everything I believed, told me to strike you both down. But sometimes our duty to humanity requires us to look beyond our preconceptions, to see the person beneath the demon, or the demon beneath the person." Tanjiro's hands moved in a series of gentle gestures, and Akaza translated, "He says that true humanity is found in the capacity for growth, for change." Even the darkest heart can find its way back to the light if given the chance. As they resumed their journey up the mountain, Joe felt a deeper understanding settling over him. The path to Mount Sagiri had become more than just a physical journey, it was a testament to the complexity of human nature itself. With each step, they moved closer not only to their destination but to a truth that transcended the simple divide between human and demon. The hope of finding the Kamadu family ahead drove them forward, but it was the bonds forged between them, bonds that defied all conventional wisdom, that gave their journey its true meaning. In the end, perhaps that was the most human thing of all, the ability to forge connections that transcended the boundaries of what they once believed possible. The Kamadu family had finally arrived at Sakanji Urokadaki's secluded home, their sanctuary nestled deep within the mountain forest. The wooden house was modest yet comforting, surrounded by ancient trees, and a calming stillness that contrasted starkly with the chaos they had fled from. Inside, Urokadaki welcomed them with quiet warmth, offering food and bedding. The Kamados, though grateful, were weighed down by an invisible burden. As the family tried to settle in, Tanjiro suddenly froze mid-step. His nose twitched, his expression shifted, and his heart began to pound in his chest. The scent hit him like a physical blow, familiar yet wrong, so terribly wrong. "Father," he whispered, his voice trembling. Without another word, he bolted out the door, his legs moving instinctively as if drawn by an invisible thread. "Tanjiro!" Ki called out, clutching Rokuta tightly as she followed. The rest of the family, Nezuko, Takeo, Hanako, and Shigeru, scrambled to keep up, fear and confusion etched into their faces. Tanjiro raced through the forest, his senses sharpened to a knife's edge. His father's scent was unmistakable, but it carried something foreign, something that made his stomach turn and his blood run cold. The wrongness of it clawed at his mind as he tore through the trees. Finally, he came to a clearing, and there he was. The name died in his throat as he saw his father standing there, illuminated by the pale moonlight. Tanjiro's eyes met his son's, and though he tried to smile, no warmth reached those eyes that now held a faint, crimson glow. His father opened his mouth as if to speak, but no words came, only a low, inhuman sound that made Tanjiro's heart shatter. Tanjiro fell to his knees, tears streaming down his face. He gripped the earth beneath him, his fingers digging into the soil until they bled. The sobs that racked his body were primal, raw, the sound of a child watching their world crumble. The rest of the family arrived moments later, and the sight before them stopped them cold. Ki gasped, holding Rokuta tighter to her chest. Nezuko, Takeo, Hanako, and Shigeru stood frozen, staring at their father. His familiar features were there, but those glowing eyes and sharp, fanged teeth told a different story, one of horror and loss. The children's emotions erupted all at once. They rushed forward, crying and clinging to their father as if their touch could undo whatever had happened. Tanjiro knelt, embracing his family, confusion and anguish etched into his face as he tried to comfort them without words, without understanding why they were weeping. Ki's voice broke the silence, trembling. "Tanjiro. What happened? Why? Why do you look like this?" Before anyone could respond, Akaza stepped forward, his expression grim. "I need to explain," he said, his voice heavy with guilt. During the battle with Kakushibu, some of his blood got into Tanjiro's injuries. It turned him into a demon. The air grew colder, the weight of Akaza's words settling over them like a suffocating shroud. Ki swayed on her feet, her face pale, and Urokadaki caught her shoulders, steadying her. Nezuko's Sharingan blazed to life, the red patterns in her eyes swirling with unrestrained fury. "You were supposed to protect him," she screamed, her voice raw with emotion. "You let this happen. You should have done better." Akaza's face darkened. "Do you think I didn't try?" he snapped, his voice rising. "I fought with everything I had. I told him to run, but he refused. He stayed to fight with me. That's not good enough. Nezuko shot back, her fists clenched at her sides. She turned to Tanjiro, who remained unnaturally still. How can you just kneel there? Don't you feel anything? Aren't you angry? The air around Tanjiro suddenly grew heavy, charged with something dark and suffocating. When he raised his head, his eyes had changed, his Sharingan spinning to life, the Tomo whirling faster and faster until they merged into their second stage. The transformation was accompanied by a surge of chakra so intense it made everyone step back. How dare you? His voice was barely above a whisper, but it cut through the clearing like a blade. How dare you ask if I'm angry? He rose slowly, and for the first time, his family saw something in him they'd never witnessed before, pure, unbridled rage. The gentle boy who always smiled, who carried his father's warmth, was gone. In his place stood someone else entirely. You think I don't feel it? His voice rose, cracking with emotion. Every breath I take burns with it. Every heartbeat pounds with it. I want to hunt down Kakushibu and tear him apart piece by piece. I want to make him suffer so much he begs for death, and then I want to keep him alive just to make him suffer more. Tears streamed down his face, but his eyes remained strong, the Sharingan spinning wildly. I want to watch him burn in the sun until there's nothing left but ash, and then I want to scatter that ash to the wind so nothing of him remains. The hatred in me is so deep it's drowning me, Nezuko. It's eating me alive. His father made a soft, pained sound, trying to reach for him, but Tanjiro stepped back, his body trembling. But I can't do any of that, he continued, his voice breaking. I can't do anything because I'm weak. Because that's the fate of the weak, to be crushed by the strong. To watch everything they love be destroyed while they stand helpless. Nezuko's anger faltered, her own tears falling freely now. Ni-chan. You can be angry, Nezuko, Tanjiro said, his voice dropping to a whisper. We all are. But if we let that anger blind us, if we let it control us, then Kakushibu wins. And I refuse, his voice caught, and for a moment, they saw their gentle brother again, breaking under the weight of his own darkness. I refuse to let him take anything else from us. He fell to his knees again, and this time, when their father embraced him, Tanjiro didn't pull away. He buried his face in his father's chest and wept, not for what was lost, but for what still remained, and what he would have to become to protect it. Enough, Ki's voice cut through the tension, steady despite her tears. Is there any way to turn him back? To make him human again? The silence that followed her question was deafening. Ju and Akaza exchanged a heavy look before both slowly shook their heads. But there has to be. Shigeru suddenly burst out, his young voice filled with desperate hope. There has to be a way. Hanako stepped forward, clutching her brother's hand. If doctors can find cures for diseases, then there must be a way to turn demons back into humans too, right? Her eyes darted between the adults, pleading for confirmation. Ju's expression softened slightly. The Demon Slayer Corps. We've been searching for such a cure for generations. If you truly wish to find one, becoming Demon Slayers would give you access to our resources, our knowledge. You could search while carrying out missions. Tanjiro and Nezuko exchanged a look, their Sharingan eyes reflecting the same determination. We'll do it, they said almost in unison. No. Ki's voice was sharp, final. She stood straighter, her arms trembling but her gaze unflinching. Absolutely not. I won't have my children out there hunting demons, risking their lives. Then what can we do, mother? Nezuko's voice cracked. What other choice do we have? Are we supposed to just watch father suffer? Ki opened her mouth, but no words came. What could she say? What answer could possibly be enough? A gentle touch on her back made her turn. Tanjiro stood there, his demon eyes somehow still holding that same gentle wisdom she'd fallen in love with. He gave her a look she knew. Well, one that spoke volumes without words. It said, "Trust them. Trust in what we've taught them." Key's shoulders slumped, tears falling freely now. "I've already watched your father be taken from us," she whispered. "The thought of losing any of you too." She straightened, wiping her eyes. "But I know I can't stop you. You're too much like him, too willing to sacrifice everything for family." She took a deep breath, her voice growing stronger. "Fine. But only Tanjiro and Nezuko." She held up a hand to silence the protests already forming on her other children's lips. "They've trained with your father since they were small. They have the Sharingan. They're the only ones prepared for this fight, and I'll be dead if I send any of you out there unprepared." Takeo, Hanako, and Shigeru wanted to argue, but the look in their mother's eyes stopped them. They understood, this wasn't just about their capability, but about their mother trying to protect what she could of their family. Jill let out a quiet breath, relieved that the emotional storm had passed. "Well then, we can begin their training as soon as possible." Tanjiro moved to stand between his two eldest children, placing a hand on each of their shoulders. Though he couldn't speak, his touch conveyed everything, his sorrow, his pride, his love, and his faith in them. Tanjiro and Nezuko leaned into their father's touch, their resolve strengthening. For the first time since discovering their father's condition, hope flickered in the darkness, small and fragile, but alive. They would find a way. They had to. After all, they were Kamados, and Kamados never gave up on family. "We'll save you, father," Tanjiro whispered, his hand reaching up to grasp his father's. "We promise." Nezuko nodded, her own hand joining theirs. "No matter what it takes." Key watched her husband and eldest children, her heart both breaking and swelling with pride. This wasn't the future she'd wanted for them, but perhaps it was the future they needed, a chance to fight back against fate itself. She could only pray that their father's strength would be enough to carry them through what lay ahead. The mountain forest around Urokodaki's home felt different now, charged with anticipation and a quiet, resolute energy. Tanjiro and Nezuko stood before their mentor, their Sharingan eyes alert and focused, while their family watched from a short distance away. Sakonji Urokodaki's mask betrayed no emotion, but his voice was steady and profound. "Your training begins now," he declared, his words cutting through the morning mist. "The Demon Slayer Corps is not what most believe it to be. We are not a government-sanctioned organization, but a brotherhood forged in blood and sacrifice, active since times most have forgotten." Akaza stepped forward, his presence both protective and instructional. "Before you can fight demons, you must understand them," he began, his voice low and serious. "Their origin, as you know, was created by the demon king Muzan-sama. We do not know how he first came to be. But what we know is terrifying." He paced slowly, his movements deliberate. "Demons possess physical abilities far beyond human limitations. Their regeneration is instantaneous, capable of healing wounds that would kill a normal human in seconds. Some can shapeshift, others possess unique and horrifying powers that defy understanding. Humanity's only true weapons against them are sunlight and specially crafted swords." Key listened intently, her hand clutching Tanjiro's. Her husband, now a demon, watched their children with eyes that burned with a mix of pride and sorrow. Though he could not speak, his gaze never left Tanjiro and Nezuko. Ju stood nearby, his expression neutral but his eyes sharp. "The path you're choosing is not easy," he added. "Every demon slayer fights knowing they might not return. We fight not for glory, but to protect those who cannot protect themselves." Sakonji nodded, then gestured to the mountain surrounding his home. "This mountain will be your first teacher. Every stream, every rock, every tree will test your limits. Your training will be brutal, comprehensive, and tailored to your unique abilities." He turned specifically to Tanjiro and Nezuko. To become a demon slayer, you must pass the final selection on Mount Fujikasane. I will determine if you are ready, and only I will decide whether you can attempt the selection. Nezuko's Sharingan spun slightly, her determination palpable. Tanjiro's hand unconsciously clenched, the first tomo in his eye beginning to rotate. Your Sharingan gives you an advantage, Akaza noted, studying them carefully. But advantage is not guarantee. You will learn breathing techniques that will amplify your natural abilities. You will learn to push your body beyond what you believe possible. Rokuta, the youngest, tugged at his mother's kimono. Will they be okay? He whispered. Ki's smile was both proud and heartbreaking. They are Kamados, she whispered back. And Kamados protect their own. Tanjiro stepped forward, unable to speak but communicating volumes through a gentle touch on each of his children's shoulders. His eyes, now demon-red but still filled with paternal love, seemed to say, I believe in you. Be strong. Save me, Tanjiro bowed deeply to Scoregirl, Nezuko mirroring his movement. We are ready, they said in unison, their voices carrying the weight of their family's hopes and their father's fate. The mountain seemed to listen. The trees swayed, the wind whispered. Their journey was about to begin. Scoregirl's masked face turned toward the dense forest. Then let us start. And with those words, the first chapter of the Kamado siblings' transformation began, a path that would test their strength, their resolve, and their very humanity. The mountain became their first and most ruthless teacher. Days blended together as Tanjiro and Nezuko descended the treacherous slope, each journey more challenging than the last. At first, the hidden traps caught them constantly, razor-thin tripwires, concealed pit holes, and camouflaged snares that would spring shut with deadly precision. But with each descent, their Sharingan proved invaluable. The spinning tomo allowed them to perceive minute changes in the environment, detecting the slightest disturbance that might signal an approaching trap. Scoregirl watched, his masked face unreadable, as the siblings gradually adapted. Their movements became fluid, their reflexes sharper. They dodged, weaved, and anticipated, their bodies moving with an instinctive grace that spoke of their natural talent. But Scoregirl was not one to let them grow complacent. As days passed, the traps became increasingly sophisticated. Knives protruded from hidden compartments, spikes would shoot out from seemingly innocent patches of ground, and entire sections of the path would collapse without warning. The difficulty escalated exponentially. When Scoregirl finally handed them their first training swords, everything changed. The weight of the blade threw off their carefully developed rhythm. Nezuko, who had been almost perfect in her trap evasion, suddenly found herself caught repeatedly. The sword changed everything. It wasn't just about dodging anymore, but managing a new extension of their body. A sword is not just a weapon, Scoregirl explained, his voice cutting through their frustration. It is an extension of your arm, your spirit, your very being. Akaza stepped forward during sword training, demonstrating a brutal but necessary lesson in resilience. He would knock Tanjiro and Nezuko down repeatedly, forcing them to learn how to get back up quickly. In battle, a moment's hesitation means death, he would say, helping them to their feet each time. During sword mechanics training, Scoregirl's lesson was both technical and terrifying. The blade is strong vertically, he demonstrated, applying precise pressure along the sword's length, but weak horizontally. With a sharp motion, he showed how improper handling could cause a blade to snap. His next words were delivered with chilling intensity, break this sword, and you will wish you hadn't. Tanjiro and Nezuko listened intently, their Sharingan observing every minute detail of the demonstration. The next phase of training pushed them to their absolute limits. Akaza would attack without warning, expecting them to counterattack or defend. When he instructed them to charge at him, they approached with everything they had, using every shinobi technique they knew, moving at full speed, their Sharingan spinning wildly. Yet each time, they found themselves effortlessly flipped through the air, landing strong on the unforgiving mountain ground. Ju, watching from a distance with the rest of the Kamado family, couldn't help but see reflections of their own early training. Ki watched with a mixture of pride and terror, her hand unconsciously gripping Tanjiro's, who observed his children's training with eyes that burned with an intensity that transcended his current demonic state. "They're learning," Tanjiro would have said if he could speak. His look said it all. Every bruise, every fall was a step toward saving him. As the sun began to set, casting long shadows across the mountain, Tanjiro and Nezuko stood side by side. Bruised, exhausted, but unbroken. Their Sharingan continued to spin, a testament to their unwavering determination. The mountain had tested them. And they had not been found wanting. Total concentration breathing, a technique that seemed simple in theory, yet proved brutally challenging in practice. Scoregirl stood before Tanjiro and Nezuko, his masked face betraying no emotion as he began the lesson. "Breathing is not just about drawing air," he explained. "It is about control. About focus. About becoming something more than human." Tanjiro took a deep breath, filling his lungs with what he thought was the correct technique. Before he could even exhale, Scoregirl's hand struck his stomach with a sharp, precise slap that sent him staggering. "Wrong," Scoregirl declared flatly. Nezuko attempted next, her Sharingan spinning as she tried to analyze the correct method. Her attempt met the same fate, a swift, painful slap that drove the breath from her lungs. The breathing forms proved equally challenging. Each time Tanjiro or Nezuko attempted a stance, each time they tried to brace their stomach or align their body, Scoregirl's corrections came in the form of sharp, instructive slaps that left them both frustrated and determined. "Become one with the water," Scoregirl would say, a statement that, for these two, would take on a literal meaning. One particularly cold morning, without warning, Scoregirl kicked both Tanjiro and Nezuko off a steep cliff into a freezing river below. Ju, watching from nearby, couldn't help but be transported back to his own merciless training. The memory of similar lessons flickered in his eyes, a mix of trauma and respect for the method. Nearby, the Kamado family watched with a mixture of horror and pride. Ki clutched Tanjiro's hand, her breath catching each time her children were pushed to their limits. Tanjiro, unable to speak, communicated volumes through his intense, burning gaze. 6 months into their training, Ju received mission orders. "I'll return," he promised the Kamados, his hand resting briefly on Tanjiro and Nezuko's shoulders. "Continue your training." 1 year after taking them as students, Scoregirl made an unexpected announcement. "I have nothing more to teach you," he told Tanjiro and Nezuko. The words hung in the air, part dismissal, part ultimate compliment. The final test came in a forest clearing. 2 massive boulders stood adorned with shurta, sacred Shinto paper streamers that seemed to flutter with an otherworldly energy. Scoregirl's masked face turned towards his students. "Final selection," he declared, "depends on this moment. Slice these boulders." Tanjiro and Nezuko exchanged a look. The boulders were massive, unyielding, seemingly impossible to cut. Tanjiro approached first, his sword raised, Sharingan spinning as he tried to analyze the best approach. His first strike failed completely, the blade barely making a mark. Nezuko followed, her technique different but equally unsuccessful. The boulders remained untouched, mocking their efforts. "Sensei!" Tanjiro called out, but Scoregirl had already disappeared, leaving them alone with their seemingly impossible task. The forest seemed to watch. The shurta papers fluttered, almost like silent witnesses to their challenge. Tanjiro and Nezuko stood before the boulders, determination etched into every line of their bodies, their Sharingan spinning with an intensity that spoke of their unwavering resolve. Their journey was far from over. In fact, it was just beginning. While Tanjiro and Nezuko navigated Urokadaki's ruthless training regimen, life continued for the rest of the Kamado family in its own peculiar rhythm. The clearing near Urokadaki's home had become their temporary residence, with Ki maintaining a semblance of normal family life despite their extraordinary circumstances. Tiko and Hanako helped their mother with daily chores, while Shigeru and Rokuta gathered firewood and water. But it was the training sessions between Ju, Tanjiro, and Akaza that truly transformed the clearing into something else entirely, a place where past and present seemed to blur. Tanjiro's demon form moved with an otherworldly grace as he circled Ju, who stood with his sword drawn, two tomo spinning lazily in each eye. Though unable to speak, Tanjiro's intense crimson gaze and deliberate movements communicated his assessment clearly enough. Ju's Sharingan activation was too slow. Akaza watched from the edge of the clearing, his arms crossed. He's right. You're thinking too much about activating it. The Sharingan should respond to your instinct, not your conscious thought. Ju's eyes narrowed. I never trained it properly. I barely remember obtaining it. How did you obtain it? Akaza asked, his voice carrying an edge of curiosity. The Sharingan only awakens through intense emotional trauma. Most shinobi remember that moment with perfect clarity. A strange look crossed Ju's face. His eyes unfocused, and suddenly he wasn't in the clearing anymore. Asterisk the smell of BLD Mount Fujikasene's dark forests spinning around him. Sabito's voice, run, Ju. And then silence. The hand demon's massive form, shadows dancing, screams echoing, asterisk. Ju blinked, the memory fragmenting like scattered glass. Final selection. Something happened during final selection. But the details. He shook his head, frustrated. Interesting, Akaza murmured. Your mind seems to be protecting you from something. Tanjiro didn't wait for the conversation to continue. His demon form blurred into motion, launching a series of precise, measured strikes that forced Ju to respond instantly. His teaching style was relentless, pushing Ju to react rather than think. Though he couldn't speak, his movements carried decades of martial wisdom. Watch his movements. Akaza called out. The Sharingan doesn't just see, it predicts. Your eyes are trying to tell you where his strikes will land before they happen. Ju's Sharingan spun faster as he defended against Tanjiro's onslaught. Each block became smoother, each counter more precise. But then, another flash, the hand demon's fingers stretching endlessly in the darkness. Someone pushing him aside. BLD sprang across his face. His own scream, raw and primal, asterisk. The memory cost him his focus. Tanjiro's wooden training sword caught him in the ribs, sending him sprawling. From their spot near the house, Ki watched with concern while preparing lunch with Tiko and Hanako. Rokuta clutched his mother's kimono, eyes wide with worry. Is Jusan okay? He's learning, Ki assured him, though her eyes reflected uncertainty as she watched her demon husband's fierce but controlled movements. Later that afternoon, Akaza took over the training. His approach differed dramatically from Tanjiro's intensity. Close your eyes, Akaza instructed, sitting cross-legged across from Ju. The Sharingan is connected to your chakra network. Feel how it flows differently when your eyes are active. Ju complied, focusing inward. The Sharingan isn't just a tool, it's part of you, Akaza continued. Those memories you can't access. They're locked away, but they're still shaping how your eyes work. Don't fight that. Accept it. Another fragment, Sabito's smile. A promise made under falling snow. We'll both make it through selection, won't we? The weight of that promise, heavier than any sword, asterisk. Ju's eyes snapped open, Sharingan spinning wildly. Akaza nodded approvingly. Better. Your eyes responded to the memory, even if you couldn't fully grasp it. Tanjiro observed from nearby, his demon eyes glowing with understanding. His clawed hands moved in practiced gestures, signing what Akaza translated. Sometimes the body remembers what the mind tries to forget. The training continued day after day. Tanjiro would push Ju's physical limits, his demon strength carefully controlled but relentless, forcing Ju's Sharingan to evolve through combat. Meanwhile, Akaza worked on the spiritual and chakra aspects. The rest of the family fell into their own rhythm around these sessions, Shigeru practicing basic sword forms he'd observed, Rokuta attempting to mimic his older siblings' stances, Tiko and Hanako helping their mother tend to Ju's training injuries. One evening, as the family gathered for dinner, Ju watched Tanjiro and Nezuko in the distance, still working on Urokadaki's brutal training regime. His Sharingan activated unconsciously, and for a moment. Final selection. The Hand Demon's laughter. Sabito's final words. BLD on snow. A promise broken and remade. His eyes burning as they changed forever. Jusan? Rokuta's voice pulled him back to the present. Your eyes are doing the spinny thing again. Ju blinked, deactivating his Sharingan. Sorry, he murmured, accepting the bowl of rice Ki offered him. Nearby, Tanjiro sat in the shadows, his demon eyes watching over his family with an intensity that spoke of both love and sorrow. Akaza and Tanjiro exchanged a meaningful look. The memories would return when they needed to, but for now, Ju's progress was undeniable. His Sharingan activated more naturally, responded more fluidly, even if the full story of its awakening remained buried in the depths of trauma. As night fell over the mountain, the Kamado family settled into their temporary home. Tanjiro and Nezuko's distant training echoed through the trees, while Ju sat on the Engawa, his Sharingan active, watching the stars spin in patterns only his eyes could see. The past might be fragmented, but the present, this strange, appealing present with a family of humans, their demon father, and a mysterious mentor, felt more real than any memory. Again, Akaza instructed, his demon eyes glowing softly in the early morning light as Ki moved through the basic kata sequence. Though his appearance was more human-like than most demons, subtle signs of his true nature were evident, the faint patterns etched into his skin, the supernatural grace of his movements. The morning sun filtered through the trees as the Kamado matriarch repeated the movements, her form improving with each iteration. Nearby, Tiko and Hanako mirrored their mother's movements, while Shigeru and Rokuta practiced their footwork. Your children's safety isn't just about having protectors, Akaza had told Ki when she first requested training, his demon strength carefully controlled as he demonstrated techniques. It's about being able to protect them yourself. The training sessions had become a daily ritual. While Tanjiro watched from the shadows, his more visibly demonic form a stark contrast to Akaza's more human-like appearance, both demons guided the family through the foundations of shinobi combat arts. Taijutsu isn't about strength, Akaza explained, adjusting Ki's stance with hands that could shatter boulders but now moved with gentle precision. It's about turning your opponent's force against them. He demonstrated with a simple redirect, his supernatural speed slowed to human levels so they could follow his movements. Tiko proved particularly adept at genjutsu. The art of illusion requires a subtle mind, Akaza noted as the young girl successfully maintained her first basic illusion, his demon eyes detecting the precise flow of her chakra. You're not trying to overpower the enemy's senses, but to guide them into seeing what you want them to see. Hanako, meanwhile, excelled at chakra control. Her first attempt at walking up a tree trunk lasted 3 steps, impressive for a beginner. Your chakra flow is naturally steady, Akaza observed, his enhanced senses allowing him to perceive the subtle fluctuations in her energy. That will serve you well in both ninjutsu and medical techniques. The youngest, Shigeru and Rokuta, turned their training into a game, competing to see who could hold the leaf-sticking exercise longer. Their laughter echoed through the clearing, undaunted by their demon teacher's presence. On days when Tanjiro and Nezuko had respite from Urokodaki's training, they would join these family sessions. Their presence added a new dimension to the training. "Watch how your sibling's Sharingan tracks movement," Akaza would tell the younger children, demonstrating at speeds that only the Sharingan could fully perceive before slowing down for the others. Even without those eyes, you can learn to observe and predict as they do. One particularly memorable morning, Ki managed to catch Tanjiro off guard with a perfectly executed sweep, sending her eldest son tumbling. Tanjiro's demon eyes gleamed with pride, while Akaza nodded approvingly, the patterns on his skin shifting slightly with his satisfaction. "Mom's getting really good." Nezuko beamed, helping her brother up. The training wasn't always physical. Akaza spent hours teaching them about chakra theory, hand seals, and the fundamental principles of shinobi arts. His centuries of experience as a demon had given him unique insights into the nature of energy and combat. "Knowledge is as important as technique," he would say, drawing diagrams in the dirt with inhuman precision. "Understanding why a technique works makes you better at using it." For Ki, these lessons became something more than just self-defense training. They were moments of empowerment, of taking active control in protecting her family. The way she moved changed subtly, more confident, more aware of her surroundings. A mother's instinct to protect is already powerful, Akaza noted one day, his demon eyes tracking Ki's movements as she successfully completed a complex defensive sequence. "We're just giving it teeth." The younger children developed their own specialties. Tiko's genjutsu could now fool birds into changing direction. Hanako had progressed to basic healing techniques, practicing on her siblings' training scrapes. Shigeru showed promise with ninja tools, his aim improving daily. Even little Rokuta was mastering the basic academy jutsu that Akaza taught him. During one session, while practicing chakra control, Ki asked, "Why did you agree to teach us, Akaza-san?" Akaza paused, exchanging a look with Tanjiro, their demon eyes meeting in silent understanding. "Because strength isn't just about being able to fight," he answered carefully. "It's about being able to protect what matters. And sometimes the best protection a family can have is each other. Even demons understand that." The training continued through the seasons. While Tanjiro and Nezuko pushed through Urokodaki's brutal regimen, their family grew stronger in their own way. Ki mastered basic ninjutsu, the children developed their skills, and even Ju would sometimes join these sessions, offering his own insights. One evening, as the family practiced together, Ki and the children moving through forms while Tanjiro observed from the shadows, Akaza stood back and watched his students, his demon senses taking in every detail of their progress. In Ki's determined movements, in Tiko and Hanako's growing confidence, in Shigeru and Rokuta's enthusiastic practice, he saw something powerful taking shape. They weren't just learning to fight. They were learning to survive, to protect, to stand together. In a world where demons lurked in shadows and danger could strike at any moment, the Kamado family was forging itself into something remarkable, a unit where every member, from the youngest to the oldest, could contribute to their collective safety. Tanjiro and Akaza, two demons bound by different circumstances, watched over these training sessions with an intensity that spoke of both pride and purpose. Their supernatural strength remained carefully controlled, their demon nature channeled into teaching rather than destroying. And in these moments, under the watchful eyes of their demon protectors, the Kamado family grew not just in strength, but in unity. The boulder stood silent, unyielding, a monument to their repeated failures. 6 months had passed since Sakanji's challenging declaration, and the massive stone remained unscratched, mocking their every attempt. Tanjiro closed his eyes, his Sharingan momentarily stilling as memories of their training flooded his mind. He remembered Sakanji's harsh lessons, the precise breathing techniques, the brutal physical conditioning, Akaza's relentless combat training. Each memory was a lesson, a fragment of wisdom etched into his very being. "We can't give up," he said to Nezuko, more to reassure himself than her. They practiced together, sparring in the clearing near the boulder. Their swords became extensions of their bodies, moving with a synchronicity born of shared BLD and intense training. Tanjiro would attack, Nezuko would defend. Then they would SWCH, analyzing each other's techniques, finding weaknesses, improving. Day after day, they returned to the boulder. Their first strikes were clumsy, ineffective. Weeks turned into months, and their technique refined. They learned to channel their breath, to focus their Sharingan's perception into each swing. But the boulder remained unchanged. On a particularly exhausting day, they dropped their swords. Sweat and frustration mingled on their faces. Nezuko's scream of frustration erupted suddenly, raw and powerful. "I will not fail," she yelled, her voice echoing through the forest. Tears of determination mixed with sweat, her Sharingan spinning wildly. "We are doing this. For father. For our family." Tanjiro watched her, understanding every emotion. Their shared resolve burned brighter than their individual doubts. Unbeknownst to them, in the shadows of the surrounding trees, Akaza watched. His eyes, once approving during their training, now burned with a growing anger. Their progress was too slow. Their potential remained untapped. "If they won't push themselves," Akaza muttered, his hand clenching into a fist, "then I will make them." One day while Tanjiro and Nezuko were still training on how to cut the rock, they heard movement. They took battle stances and looked to the top of the boulder. One moment the boulder was empty, the next Akaza stood atop its massive surface, his imposing figure casting a shadow over Tanjiro and Nezuko. "Enough," he declared, his voice a thunderclap of frustration. "Attack me." Tanjiro and Nezuko exchanged uncertain glances. But, Tanjiro began. Akaza didn't wait. He leaped from the boulder with terrifying speed, his foot connecting with Tanjiro's chst. The young shinobi went flying, his sword deflected effortlessly by Akaza's bare hands. Before Nezuko could react, Akaza vanished into the trees, his movements a blur of impossible speed. Leaves scattered as he moved, a phantom racing through the forest. Nezuko's Sharingan spun wildly, trying to track his impossible movements. But tracking and responding were two different skills. Akaza struck from behind, sending her crashing to the ground. "Pathetic," Akaza spat. "Sakonji taught you breathing techniques, and you've learned nothing." "Nothing." Tanjiro struggled to his feet, sword raised. "We're trying," he began, only to be interrupted by another lightning-fast strike that sent him reeling. Akaza dodged each of their attacks with contemptuous ease, moving like wind through their defenses. "You're trying to fight like samurai," he growled. "But you're not samurai. You're shinobi." "Shinobi." His words hit harder than his physical blows. Tanjiro and Nezuko froze, the realization dawning like a sudden light. "You were born to a shinobi clan," Akaza continued, his voice softening slightly. "Your father's BLD runs in your veins. You're not meant to stand and fight with honor, you're meant to adapt, to strike from shadows, to use every advantage." The siblings exchanged a look. Their father's teachings flooded back, not of honorable combat, but of survival. Of using every trick, every technique, every possible advantage. Akaza's lips curved into something almost like a smile. "Now that I've beaten that into your thick skulls, show me what you're really made of." In that moment, Tanjiro and Nezuko transformed. No longer were they trying to be something they were not. They became what they truly were, Kamado Shinobi, with all the cunning, adaptability, and ferocity that name implied. They charged. Nearby, hidden in the misty forest, two figures with fox masks watched. The boy turned to his companion. "I guess they won't be needing any help," he said quietly. As mist swirled around them, they melted back into the shadows. The real training was just beginning. The boulder challenge had changed everything. Akaza's brutal lesson echoed in their minds, "You're shinobi. Fight like one." Tanjiro and Nezuko returned to their family's clearing with a new perspective. Water breathing was no longer just about sword techniques, it was about adaptation, about blending their inherited shinobi skills with the blade. Tanjiro watched from the shadows, his demon eyes burning with an intensity that seemed to say, "Show me what you've learned." Though he couldn't speak, his gaze was a constant. "Instructor." Their first attempts were messy. Water-breathing forms mixed with shinobi movement techniques created a chaotic dance. Nezuko would begin a water-breathing stance, then suddenly break into a rapid shadow step, her sword moving in unpredictable patterns. Tanjiro followed, integrating chakra flow into his blade, making the water-based techniques shimmer with an almost supernatural edge. "Look," Tiko pointed out one morning, her young genjutsu-trained eyes tracking their movements, "they're not just fighting. They're storytelling with their blades." Indeed, their technique became a narrative, each movement a word, each breath a sentence, the entire sequence a complex language of combat that spoke of their dual heritage. The precise water-breathing forms of their training with Scoregirl now danced with the adaptable, shadow-like movements of their shinobi lineage. Akaza watched from the edge of the clearing, a rare smile playing on his lips. "Not bad," he muttered, more to himself than anyone else. Ki, who had been practicing her own techniques nearby, began to incorporate their innovations into her training. "It's about flow," she observed to Hanako. "Not just of water, but of movement. Of intention." The younger children tried to mimic their older siblings. Shigeru would practice water-breathing stances, then attempt to add a shinobi twist, a sudden roll, a quick redirection that made his movements unpredictable. Rokuta watched in awe, his small hands already mimicking the complex hand seals he'd learned. "They're creating something new," Akaza told Tanjiro one evening, watching Tanjiro and Nezuko practice. The two demons exchanged a look, part pride, part recognition of the potential brewing in these young warriors. Their water-breathing evolved. No longer was it just about precise sword techniques learned from Scoregirl. Now, it became a hybrid art, water-breathing with shinobi unpredictability, blade techniques merged with chakra flow, traditional forms dancing with shadow movement. When Scoregirl would eventually see their technique, he would either be furious at their deviation or impressed by their innovation. But for now, in this moment, Tanjiro and Nezuko were creating something uniquely Kamado, a fighting style that honored both their water-breathing training and their shinobi roots. The mountain watched. The trees seemed to listen. And in the clearing, two young warriors continued to redefine what it meant to be a demon slayer. The morning light filtered through the trees, casting long shadows across the training ground. Tanjiro's sword trembled, his breath synchronized with the rhythmic beating of his heart. Something was different today. The boulder, their persistent, unyielding opponent, felt changed, as if it had been waiting for this moment. He closed his eyes, remembering Scoregirl's teachings. Breathe. Feel. Listen. And then, he caught it. The opening thread. It wasn't just a scent, though his keen nose detected it first. It was a convergence of sensations, the whisper of wind through leaves, the subtle vibrations in the earth beneath his feet, the way moisture hung in the morning air. The thread wove through it all, connecting everything in an intricate dance that only now, after months of training, he could finally perceive. Tanjiro's Sharingan spun, tracking the invisible path that connected his sword to the stone. The crimson eyes, a gift passed down through generations of the Uchiha, revealed layers of reality that normal vision couldn't comprehend. In the stone, he saw not just a boulder, but a living testament to countless attempts, failures, and lessons learned. Beside him, Nezuko moved with an identical intensity, her own Sharingan active. Her blade caught the light differently now, no longer just reflecting it, but seeming to bend it, to dance with it. Where Tanjiro detected the thread through his heightened senses, she followed an instinctual understanding that defied explanation. The siblings had always been close, but their training had forged something deeper, a harmony of purpose that transcended words. Their swords struck simultaneously. The boulder split with a thunderous crack, two perfect halves falling apart as if they had always been meant to separate. The sound echoed through the mountains, carrying with it the weight of their achievement. Silence followed, broken only by their heavy breathing and the gentle rustle of leaves. "We did it," Tanjiro whispered, hardly believing. His hands trembled, not from exhaustion but from the pure emotion of the moment. Nezuko's Sharingan slowly calmed, the spinning tomo settling as a smile of pure joy spread across her face. They had conquered the impossible together, just as they'd done everything else in their lives. "Your instincts," Tanjiro said to Nezuko, watching as she sheathed her blade with practiced grace, "I think they found something I could only smell. Something that showed us the way. It's like you saw the heart of the stone itself." Before they could celebrate further, a familiar presence approached. Sakonji emerged from the tree-lean, his expression a mixture of shock and something deeper, pride, perhaps even wonder. His weathered face, usually stern and unyielding, softened in a way they'd never seen before. "I never intended to send you to final selection," he said quietly, his voice carrying the weight of confession. "These boulders. I believed them unbreakable. I was certain you would fail, that I would protect you from the certain death that awaits most young demon slayers." He paused, his next words barely above a whisper. "Just as I failed to protect so many others." He stepped closer, looking at the perfectly split stone. His hand traced the smooth surface where their blades had struck. "Remarkable children," Sakonji murmured, his voice thick with emotion. "You've done more than split stone today. You've split fate itself." In an unexpected moment of tenderness, he pulled Tanjiro into a tight embrace. The boy could feel his MSTR's heart racing, could smell the complex mixture of pride, fear, and hope that emanated from him. "Come back alive," Sakonji whispered fiercely. "Promise me. Both of you." Tanjiro, surprised by the rare display of affection, could only nod, his throat tight with emotion. Nezuko stepped forward, and Sakonji included her in the embrace, holding both his students as if they were his own children. In the surrounding forest, unseen eyes watched. Akaza's gaze burned with a mixture of satisfaction and something else, anticipation of the challenges yet to come. His presence, though hidden, carried with it centuries of wisdom and sacrifice. The Kamadu hut transformed into a celebration that evening. Steam rose from countless pots, the aroma of multiple dishes filling every corner with promises of comfort and joy. Tanjiro and Nezuko stood wide-eyed, overwhelmed by the sheer abundance of food spread across the cooking area. Their younger siblings darted between tables, helping where they could, their excitement palpable. Tiko, the youngest, stood proudly beside their mother Ki, who was carefully stirring a large pot of her special udon. "We're celebrating," Tiko explained, her young face beaming with excitement. "You've both passed the boulder training. Final selection awaits." The words carried both pride and worry. Final selection, the ultimate test for aspiring demon slayers. Few survived it. Even fewer emerged unchanged. Sakonji watched the scene from his corner, a rare smile softening his usually stern features. "Eat," he commanded gently, gesturing to the feast before them. "You've earned this. Tomorrow, we begin preparing you for what comes next." The siblings needed no further encouragement. They ate with the hunger of those who had survived intense training, their movements synchronized even in this simple act. Each bite was a step closer to their ultimate goal, finding a cure for their father, who remained in the shadows of the house, fighting his own battle against the demon BLD that threatened to consume him. Later that night, Ki and Akaza walked into the misty forest, leaving the celebration behind. The night air was cool, filled with the soft sounds of nocturnal creatures and the distant echo of laughter from the hut. Their relationship was complex, a human woman and an ancient demon, bound together by their dedication to protecting the Kamadu family. The children, Ki began, her voice carrying maternal pride tinged with worry. They're remarkable. Just like their father was at their age. Akaza's gaze remained fixed ahead, but there was something different in his posture. A softness, almost vulnerable, that few ever witnessed in the powerful demon. The forest around them seemed to hold its breath, waiting. Ki's question lingered between them, a simple inquiry that cut deeper than any blade. Do you want to be human again? Akaza stopped walking. His hands, powerful, capable of destruction beyond human comprehension, suddenly felt foreign to him. For centuries, he had been Muzen's weapon, a demon driven by a singular purpose. But now? Purpose felt like a shifting landscape, as uncertain as the mist that swirled around their feet. I've forgotten what it means to be human, he said quietly. The words carried the weight of centuries, each syllable heavy with lost memories and forgotten warmth. When I left Muzen, I thought protection was enough. Protect the Kamadu family. Guide them. But after Muzen falls. He trailed off, looking lost for perhaps the first time in centuries. Ki waited, understanding the power of silence, of allowing thoughts to take shape in their own time. The moon cast silver light through the branches, illuminating Akaza's features, still youthful after countless years, yet carrying an ancient weariness in his eyes. I've been a demon so long, Akaza continued, his voice barely above a whisper, that humanity feels like a distant dream. A half-remembered song from childhood. His eyes, ancient and weary, scanned the forest. What purpose would I have? I've killed. I've destroyed. I've been a weapon for so long that peace feels. He searched for the word, threatening. He turned to Ki, vulnerability replacing his usual intensity. I don't know how to be anything else. The admission seemed to cost him something, as if speaking the words made them more real. Ki's response was gentle, touched with the wisdom of generations. Purpose isn't always about what you were. It's about what you can become. She reached out, touching his arm, a gesture that would have been fatal with any other demon. Look at Tanjiro. Even now, fighting against the demon BLD, he finds purpose in loving his family. The wind rustled through the trees, carrying the whispers of unspoken possibilities. Akaza had protected the Kamados through generations, watching children grow into adults, seeing cycles of life and death pass like seasons. But a life beyond protection? Beyond survival? That was a concept as foreign to him as his human past. I'm not even sure I want to be human, he admitted, the words tasting strange on his tongue. But I'm equally unsure about remaining a demon. After centuries of certainty, this doubt. He clenched his fists, then consciously relaxed them. It's unsettling. Ki nodded, her understanding deeper than words could express. Then don't decide. Let the path reveal itself. She smiled, a gentle expression that reminded Akaza of countless other Kamadu women through the ages. Sometimes the greatest strength lies in accepting uncertainty. In that moment, suspended between what he was and what he might become, Akaza felt something he hadn't experienced in centuries, hope. Not the sharp, driven hope of survival or protection, but a softer, more nuanced emotion. The hope of possibility. The forest seemed to breathe with him, full of potential and mystery. From the direction of the hut, laughter drifted through the trees, the sound of the Kamadu children, living their lives unafraid despite the darkness that surrounded them. Back in the hut, Sakanji's communication had shifted to something wordless but profound. His eyes told Tanjiro and Nezuko everything they needed to know, they had learned all he could teach. Greater hardships awaited them now. Through a series of practiced gestures and meaningful looks, he explained the fundamental truth they would face: demons, his eyes warned, consume humans to gain power. Their strength grows with each victim. You'll learn to sense this, to know a demon's history through their very essence. He presented them with fox masks, intricate, carefully crafted pieces that seemed to hold secrets in their painted designs. Protection, his eyes said, though both siblings understood that true protection would come from their own strength and wisdom. Tanjiro touched the mask, feeling its weight. More than wood and paint, it was a talisman. A promise. A reminder of all they had learned and all they had yet to face. When Ki and Akaza returned, Tanjiro's gaze followed them briefly from his shadowed corner. But some conversations, he knew, were meant to remain unspoken. His own battle with the demon BLD had taught him the value of silent understanding. The night settled around the Kamadu home like a protective blanket, a moment of peace before the storm of final selection would arrive. In the quiet hours that followed, each member of the household carried their own thoughts, their own fears, their own hopes. Dawn approached with inevitable grace, painting the sky in shades of promise and warning. Tanjiro and Nezuko stood ready, their packed bags a testament to their journey's next chapter. Around them, the Kamadu family gathered, each face a mixture of pride and concern, love and fear. "We'll be back," Tanjiro reassured them, his hand finding Nezuko's with practiced ease. The gesture spoke volumes. They would face whatever came together, as they always had. Their younger siblings crowded around them, each trying to be brave despite their obvious worry. Hanako clutched at Tanjiro's sleeve, her eyes bright with unshed tears. "Promise you'll come back safe, right?" "Of course," Nezuko assured her, kneeling to embrace her sister. The scent of morning glories, Hanako's favorite flowers, clung to her kimono. As they prepared to depart, they noticed Akaza's absence. Even their father was present, though he remained in the shade of the house, his struggle visible in the tension of his posture. Hanako, ever observant, approached with a puzzled look crossing her face when Tanjiro noticed their protector's absence. "He's sleeping with Rokuta," she explained, then added with a hint of worry, "He's been very tired lately. Sleeping more than usual. Sometimes I hear him talking in his sleep, saying strange things." Tanjiro and Nezuko exchanged a concerned glance. Something felt off about Akaza's increasing lethargy, about the timing of it all. But now wasn't the moment to investigate, their path led elsewhere. Sakonji stepped forward, his presence commanding yet gentle. "The family will be safe," he assured them. "Your journey is what matters now." Ki hugged them both, her embrace fierce with maternal protection. "Remember everything we've taught you," she whispered. The wisteria petals danced on the evening breeze, their purple hue deepening as twilight approached Mount Fujikasane. The journey to Mount Fujikasane had been long, each step bringing them closer to their destiny. As they approached the testing grounds, the mountain silhouette stretched against the darkening sky like a sleeping giant. But it was the forest that truly captured their attention, an ocean of wisteria flowers creating a natural prison for the demons within. The gathering area hummed with nervous energy. Dozens of young applicants clustered together, their bodies bearing the marks of intense training, their eyes reflecting dreams of becoming demon slayers. Some stood tall with practiced confidence, others huddled in small groups, seeking comfort in numbers. All were united by a singular purpose, and the knowledge that many would not survive the next 7 days. The twin administrators emerged from the shadows like spirits, their movements perfectly synchronized, their youth belied by eyes that had witnessed countless aspirants face their destiny. "Welcome," they spoke in unison, their voices merging into an otherworldly harmony, to final selection. The first twin stepped forward, her kimono rustling like autumn leaves. "This mountain is more than a test. It is a prison, sealed by nature itself. For generations, demons have been trapped here by the Wisteria's sacred power. These flowers are both barrier and executioner. Demons cannot pass through them without suffering excruciating pain, weakness, and eventually, death." Her sister continued, gesturing to the dark forest behind them. Your task appears simple: survive 7 days in this forest. But understand this, you face demons who have nothing left to lose. Creatures who have been imprisoned here for decades, their hunger growing with each passing year. They cannot escape, but they can kill. And they will try. The forest seemed to breathe around them, shadows shifting between the wisteria blooms. Hints of demonic presence flickered at the edge of vision, contained, but far from defeated. Some of you will die, the twins declared, their combined voice echoing across the gathering. Most of you will die. Those who survive will have earned the right to become demon slayers. But remember this, surviving is not enough. How you survive matters. The demons you face were once human. How you choose to end their cursed existence will shape the kind of demon slayer you become. Tanjiro felt Nezuko's hand brush against his, a gesture they'd shared since childhood. No words were needed. They were together. They would survive. But more importantly, they would survive with their humanity intact. As night descended, the wisteria flowers began to glow with an ethereal light, nature's warning signal, marking the boundary between salvation and damnation. The twins stepped aside, their role complete. Final selection had begun. They chose the eastern path, reasoning that being closer to Dawn's protection would be advantageous. But as they would soon learn, survival on Mount Fujicasein was never simple. Tanjiro's enhanced sense of smell suddenly triggered, a warning that made his blood run cold. Above, he shouted, pushing Nezuko aside as a demon plummeted from the canopy like a falling star. The impact sent tremors through the earth, scattering wisteria petals like purple rain. Before they could fully recover, a second demon burst from the shadows, its claws meeting only the steel of Nezuko's blade. "This one's mine," the first demon snarled, its face contorting with hunger and territorial rage. The second demon's laugh was hollow, devoid of humanity. "Share? The girl looks tastier. We're right here." Nezuko snapped, her Sharingan blazing with controlled fury. "Stop talking about eating us like we're not even." "Nezuko," Tanjiro's voice cut through her anger like a blade through water. "Focus. Remember what we learned. Anger clouds the senses." Their breathing synchronized naturally, a technique practiced countless times under Sakanji's guidance. The opening thread, that perfect moment when an opponent's guard drops, revealed itself to Tanjiro's keen nose and Nezuko's enhanced vision. Suddenly, the demons' movements seemed to slow, their patterns becoming clear as mountain streams. Water breathing, fourth form, striking tide. Their blades moved in perfect harmony, drawing twin arcs through the night air. The demons had no time to register their fate. One moment they stood, hungry and arguing, the next, they dissolved into nothingness, their heads severed in a single, precise strike. As the demons remained scattered like ash in the wind, Tanjiro knelt, hands pressed together in prayer. His head bowed in respect not for what these creatures had become, but for what they once were. "What are you doing?" Nezuko asked, her voice tight with confusion and lingering anger. "After what they just tried to do." "They were human once," Tanjiro said softly, his voice carrying no judgment. "Before Muzan turned them. They didn't choose this fate." Nezuko's grip tightened on her sword until her knuckles whitened. "Don't," she said, her voice trembling with suppressed emotion. "Don't ask me to feel sympathy for them." Images flashed through her mind, Akaza telling them about Kokoshibo's attack, their father's transformation, the night that had shattered their world. "Not after what they did to our family." Tanjiro rose slowly, understanding the pain behind his sister's words. "I'm not asking you to forgive," he said gently. "Just to remember that evil has a source. And it's not always in the ones it corrupts." He touched his fox mask, remembering Sakanji's words. "Sometimes, the greatest victory isn't in defeating an enemy, but in remembering their humanity, and keeping our own." The wisteria flowers swayed in the night breeze, their purple petals a constant reminder of the barrier between humanity and demon-kind. Nezuko turned away, unable to share her brother's compassion but loving him all the more for having it. Then the scent hit them, a miasma of decay, rot, and death so powerful it made Tanjiro's stomach turn. The stench grew stronger, followed by a scream that shattered the night silence like breaking glass. I shouldn't have come here. I want to go home. Through the trees, they saw him, a young applicant, barely their age, stumbling backward in terror. Then they saw why. The demon towered above the forest floor, its body a grotesque mass of writhing green hands. In its grasp, a lifeless form dangled like a broken puppet. Tanjiro watched, horrified, as the demon's jaw unhinged, dropping its victim into the endless dark of its maw. No, the surviving applicant whimpered, his legs giving out beneath him. The demon's body convulsed, growing larger with each passing second. Its arms meshed together, extending like serpents through the air, reaching for the paralyzed boy. Not this time, Nezuko's voice cut through the terror like a blade through darkness. Her Sharingan blazed with newfound purpose. We're not powerless anymore. She moved like water itself, her blade catching moonlight as she spun through the air. Water breathing, second form, water wheel. The demon's extended arms fell, severed by Nezuko's perfect arc. The saved applicant scrambled backward, still trembling but alive. The demon's attention shifted, its misshapen face twisting into a grotesque smile at the sight of their fox masks. 2 little foxes, it crooned, voice dripping with malicious delight. Come to play with me. What do you mean? Tanjiro demanded, positioning himself beside his sister. Tell me, the demon's voice turned thoughtful, almost nostalgic. What year of the Meiji era is it? Meiji? Tanjiro's grip tightened on his sword. It's the Taisho era now. The demon's reaction was immediate and violent. It thrashed against itself, massive hands clawing at its own flesh. Taisho? Taisho? Its scream echoed through the wisteria forest. Time moves on while I rot here. Sakanji. This is your fault. Your fault. You know Mstr Sakanji? Tanjiro's question hung in the air like morning mist. The demon's laughter turned bitter, a sound like breaking bones. Know him? He trapped me here. 47 years ago, he left me to this prison of wisteria. That's impossible, the rescued applicant found his voice. No demon in final selection is that old. 50, the demon interrupted, pride mixing with madness in its voice. 50 young ones like you I've devoured in this prison. 13 war fox masks like yours. 13 of Sakanji's precious students. Tanjiro felt his BLD run cold. 13 students. 13 lives. 13 dreams of becoming demon slayers, ended in this monster's jaws. Shall I make it 15? The demon's body began to shift, hands reforming into new, more terrible shapes. Nezuko's voice was steel. No. You won't take any more. You know there were these two in particular, the demon's voice dripped with nostalgia, like a connoisseur recalling fine meals. One boy, strange hair color, incredible power. And a tiny thing, weak but quick as a sparrow. Its massive hands gestured theatrically. Only one ever escaped me. A boy. Jusan, Tanjiro whispered, the name heavy with understanding. Memories flooded back, Ju attempting to demonstrate proper water-breathing forms, his movements perfect but his eyes empty. Distant. As if part of him remained here, on this mountain, with his fallen companions. Nezuko's hand trembled on her sword hilt. That's why he never gets close to anyone, she realized. Why he keeps everyone at arm's length. The masks, the demon continued, running a grotesque finger along its jaw. I'd know Sakanji's handiwork anywhere. Such careful craftsmanship, such useless protection. It laughed, a hollow, terrible sound. He might as well have killed them himself. The demon's mass shifted, almost dreamy in remembrance. The little agile one, when I told her that, she lost control. Such delicious rage. Such tender meat when I tore her apart. Shut up. Nezuko launched forward, her blade gleaming with fury. Her Sharingan spun wildly, precision lost to raw emotion. Nezuko, stop! Tanjiro shouted. You're fighting blindly. But his sister was beyond hearing. The demon's words had struck too deep, awakened too much fury. Tanjiro cursed and jumped into the fray, trying to create openings, to draw the demon's attention. But the creature was cunning, experienced in the art of killing young warriors. Nezuko saw what she thought was an opening, a direct path to the demon's neck. Her blade flashed forward. Too late, she noticed the arm. It struck like a battering ram, catching her mid-strike. The impact sent her flying, her body crashing through branches before slamming into a massive tree trunk. Her fox mask shattered, pieces scattering like fallen cherry blossoms. Nezuko! Tanjiro's scream echoed through the forest. She lay motionless, vulnerable. The demon's arms began to reach for her, its mouth spreading in a grotesque smile. Behind them, footsteps retreated rapidly through the underbrush, the applicant Nezuko had saved, choosing survival over loyalty. Tanjiro stood alone, his sister unconscious, facing a monster that had devoured 13 of Sakanji's students. A demon that had broken Ju's spirit and now threatened to take the person Tanjiro loved most. His grip tightened on his sword. The scent of the opening thread was there, waiting to be followed. But first, he had to reach Nezuko. The demon's laughter filled the night air, a sound that had heralded the death of so many young warriors before them. But not tonight. Not his sister. Not while he still drew breath. Something shifted in the night air. A presence so cold, so deadly, it made even the wisteria flowers seem to shrink away. The hand demon felt it first, a killing intent that made centuries of consuming humans seem gentle in comparison. Tanjiro stood still, but everything about him had changed. His Sharingan evolved, spinning into a new pattern as darkness crept into his consciousness. Each breath carried the weight of promised violence. The hand demon flinched. Those eyes. The hand demon's memory fractured, plunging him back into that moment of pure horror from decades past. The boy stood before him, black hair gleaming in moonlight, blue eyes suddenly bleeding into crimson. His smile, that terrible, gentle smile, never wavered as he methodically severed another arm. "Does it hurt?" the boy asked softly, almost tenderly. "They say demons can regenerate endlessly. Let's test that, shall we?" Flames danced around them, carefully controlled to prevent a quick death. The boy had planned this, had studied exactly how much heat would cause pain without destruction. "Another one," he whispered, blade flashing. Another limb fell. And another. Flash. And another. The boy's laughter echoed through the wisteria forest, high and broken. "They grow back so beautifully, don't they? Like flowers blooming." Hours passed. The demon had lost count of how many times he'd regenerated, how many times he'd been carved apart. The boy's red eyes spun hypnotically, forcing him to stay conscious, to feel everything. "You know," the boy mused, cleaning his blade with delicate care, "I wondered what it would feel like. Taking someone apart piece by piece. Now I understand why demons do it." His smile widened, sweet and terrible. "It's quite fascinating, really." Dawn approached. The boy knelt beside the demon's ruined form, still wearing that gentle smile. "The sun will rise soon," he said, as if sharing a secret with a friend. "But don't worry, this will all pass." Everything passes, doesn't it? Just like she passed. For a moment, his voice cracked, revealing the broken soul beneath the madness. Goodbye, he whispered, rising to leave. The sun will keep you company now. The last thing the demon saw before the boy vanished into the forest was those spinning red eyes, filled with a darkness deeper than any demon's heart. Back in the present, facing Tanjiro's similar gaze, the hand demon understood true fear. Some nightmares, it seemed, could repeat themselves. The memory shattered as Tanjiro moved with predatory grace, each step deliberate. The demon lashed out in panic, arms sprouting and multiplying, reaching to crush this new nightmare. But Tanjiro was elsewhere, his blades singing through the night air. Arms fell like rain, dissolving before they hit the ground. His movements were fluid, precise, devastating. His hands flashed through signs: snake, ram, monkey, boar, horse, tiger. Fire style, fireball jutsu. The forest lit up like dawn had come early. The hand demon's screams echoed across Mount Fujikasane as flames consumed his regenerating limbs. The wisteria flowers glowed orange in the inferno's light. Tanjiro approached the burning demon, his blade ready for the final strike. Brother. Nezuko stood, blood trickling down her face, her own Sharingan spinning with cold fury. Let me end this, she said, her voice carrying an edge sharper than any blade. For all the children he devoured. Tanjiro's expression softened, his earlier rage giving way to understanding. Of course, sister. The hand demon tried to move, to defend, but the flames had weakened him. Nezuko's blade caught moonlight as she stepped forward. Water breathing, first form, water surface slash. Her strike was perfect, clean, precise, final. The demon's head fell, his massive body already crumbling to ash like autumn leaves in winter wind. Impossible, the head whispered, staring up at Nezuko's merciless gaze. To die. Looking at a demon slayer's face. The rage ebbed from Tanjiro like receding tide, leaving him cold and clear-headed. Then the scent hit him, a profound sadness, deep as an ocean, emanating from the demon's crumbling form. Beneath the layers of blood and death, he caught something else, the faintest trace of cherry blossoms and spring rain. A memory of humanity, preserved like an insect in amber. Without thinking, he ran forward, gathering the dying demon's head in his arms. Tears fell from the demon's eyes, each drop carrying decades of pain and loneliness. Tanjiro? Nezuko's voice carried confusion, her own battle fury fading. After everything it did. All those children it killed. It was trying to survive, Tanjiro said softly, holding the demon as its form began to dissolve. Trapped here, alone, hungry. What choice did it have? His voice broke slightly. Can you smell it, Nezuko? Beneath everything else, the scent of spring. Of humanity. He closed his eyes in prayer, tears mixing with the demon's. When you return to this world, he whispered, may you walk a different path. May you never know this hunger again. But Tanjiro. If we kill with hatred, he interrupted, looking up at his sister with eyes that had seen too much, if we execute judgment without mercy, what makes us different from the demons who hunt for pleasure? We'd become the very monsters we're fighting against. The demon's form scattered into ash, carried away by the night wind. Nezuko stood silent, her Sharingan fading as understanding dawned in her eyes. You're right, she admitted quietly, kneeling beside her brother. We can't lose ourselves to vengeance. That's not what we're fighting for. She touched the fragments of her shattered fox mask. That's not what father would have wanted. The next days blurred together like watercolors in rain. Through the wisteria forest they traveled, encountering demon after demon. Some were ancient and cunning, others newly trapped and wild with rage. But before each battle, before steel met flesh, they would ask the same question. Is there a way to turn a demon human again? Some laughed, the sound echoing through the purple-tinged darkness. Others attacked instantly, their hunger overwhelming any capacity for conversation. A few, the oldest, the most preserved, would pause, something like remembrance flickering in their eyes before the madness took hold again. None provided answers, but each encounter ended the same way, with prayer, with respect, with maintained humanity despite the darkness surrounding them. Their bodies grew tired, their spirits tested, but they refused to let go of their compassion, their understanding. Each demon they faced was once human, someone's child, someone's loved one, someone's story cut tragically short. On the fourth night, they found a young demon, barely older than themselves, crying in a hollow tree. Her kimono, though tattered, still bore traces of cherry blossom patterns. She begged them to end her existence before the hunger could take hold again. I can still remember, she whispered, her voice cracking with emotion. My mother's face, my sister's laugh. But they're fading. Every day, they fade a little more. Soon there will be nothing left but hunger. They granted her wish with heavy hearts, Tanjiro holding her hand as Nezuko delivered the killing blow. Her last words were, "Thank you," and her smile as she dissolved was purely human. On the seventh day, exhausted and battle-worn, Tanjiro caught a familiar scent in the wind. "Wisteria," he murmured. "Stronger than before. And human scents. Survivors." Following the scent, they emerged into a clearing bathed in morning light. The shrine stood before them, its ancient wood gleaming like gold in the dawn. Around them, other survivors gathered, far fewer than had started this journey, each bearing the marks of their trials, each changed by what they had encountered. The morning mist clung to the mountain as 5 exhausted figures stood before the twins, their bodies bearing the scars of 7 brutal days of survival. Tanjiro's heart grew heavy as he counted their diminished numbers, only 5 remained from the dozens who had begun final selection. Beside him, Nezuko's eyes darted across the gathering, searching for the unconscious applicant she had saved earlier. The absence spoke volumes, and her shoulders slumped with the weight of failure. The blond boy next to them trembled, his voice barely a whisper as he spoke. "We survived. But for what? Death still waits for us all." His words carried the hollow echo of someone who had witnessed too much horror in too short a time. The twins materialized before them like spirits through the mist, their identical faces bearing serene smiles that seemed inappropriate against the backdrop of such carnage. "Congratulations," they spoke in perfect unison, their voices carrying across the clearing. "You have proven yourselves worthy." "Worthy?" The boy with the mohawk spat the word like poison, his face contorted with rage. "After 7 days of hell? What happens now?" He lunged forward, hands clenched into fists. "Give me my sword at least. We've earned that much." The twins maintained their placid expressions as they explained the protocol. First would come the uniforms, marking them as Mizunoto, the lowest rank among the 10 tiers of the Demon Slayer Corps. The swords would come later, but first, they must select their oars. At a signal from one of the twins, the air filled with the beating of wings. Kasugai crows descended from the sky, their black feathers gleaming in the morning light. Each survivor received their messenger bird, all except the blond boy, who stared in disbelief at the small sparrow that alighted on his shoulder. The mohawked boy's patience finally snapped. With a roar of fury, he grabbed one of the twins by their hair, fingers twisted in the white strands. The action sent a shock through the group, but none moved faster than Tanjiro. His hand clamped around the boy's arm like an iron vice. "Release them." Tanjiro's voice was quiet but carried an edge sharper than any blade. "Or I'll break your arm." There was no malice in his tone, only certainty. The boy's lips curled into a snarl. "Try it." Tanjiro's grip tightened with surgical precision, applying pressure to exactly the right points. The boy's face contorted in pain, and his fingers released their hold on the twins' hair. After the tension dissipated, the survivors were led to a collection of ores, the future hearts of their Nichiren swords. They stood before the samples, uncertainty plain on their faces. How could they choose? What made one piece of metal more suitable than another? Tanjiro stepped forward first, his nose twitching as he inhaled deeply. His heightened sense of smell had saved him countless times during the selection, perhaps it could guide him now. He moved from sample to sample until, suddenly stopping, his eyes widening. Without hesitation, he pointed to one particular ore, knowing in his bones it was the right choice. Nezuko followed, closing her eyes and extending her chakra sense. The ores seemed to sing to her, each with its own unique resonance. One called louder than the rest, its energy perfectly attuned to her own. She made her selection with quiet confidence. Miles away, in a room shrouded in shadow, a man sat listening to his Kasugai crow's report. 6 survivors, an unusually high number for final selection. A smile played across his features as he contemplated the future. What kind of warriors would these survivors become? What legends might they forge with their newfound strength? 6 slayers, he mused, watching incense smoke curl through the air. 6 slayers to push back the darkness. Show me what kind of light you'll become.